Welcome everyone to the Best Damn Podcast. I am your host, John King. As always, I would like to thank you guys for joining me. I said to please add, follow, and check us out. Facebook, Instagram, Best Damn Podcast, Twitter, The Real Best Damn. Wherever you guys are watching this from, make sure to hit the like, give us a thumbs up, leave a comment, let me know what you think, and share this link. Share it helps us to get it out there. Get more people to see it, which is incredibly important at this time because right now, especially right now, I feel like we are on the cusp of a lot of really world changing events, guys, a lot of world changing events. Um, and for those of you that, aren't familiar with my work, these are things that we have been talking about on this channel, for probably close to a decade now, warning people of the things that, I believe have been in the works and have been planned for quite a while for not only the American people but for the world. So tonight we are going to get into all of this. We are going to look at the possible economic and basically the collapse of the United States government as well as a possible civil war. We're going to be looking at Operation Garden Plot, Rex 84. We're going to be looking at all of these plans that the United States government has had for continuity of government in a situation exactly like this. I have presented now since 2016 a letter that was written by a federal ICE agent that unalived his self in New York City on Pier 40. You guys may remember this. He did it with a 40 cal. He was 42 years old. And if anybody knows the, occult numbers and the symbolism with that, which we've gotten into in the past, we won't tonight. You know how that's really prominent. It's like the 27 Club, if you're familiar with that. Um, and when he did, he left this letter, right? And this letter that detailed the collapse of the US government and economic collapse and the roundup of and disarming of citizens, and that it would be done in the name of removing illegal aliens and illegal immigrants from our land. And that we would wake up and we wouldn't have access to EBT and all of these different things. And lo and behold, here we are. Here we are, years later. It makes me think of the symbolism in the movie V is for Vendetta. And as we play clips and all that cool shit tonight, you guys remember he did this little poem like remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot, right? And they had the character, which was the leader of the UK in that particular movie, but the United States had already collapsed in that movie. They had already collapsed. And it's like, if you see how nefarious this plan is, for one, I believe it will be surprising. And for two, think about some of the other things that's going on. And that's what we're going to look at as well. Not just the possible civil war and economic collapse, but we're also going to take a look at Three Eye Atlas. You guys may or may not be familiar with it. I mean, this fucking object, it's something else, man. I'll show you an image of the object. Look right here. Bam. Look at this damn thing. Never seen anything like it. Where's it at here? I've got lots of images of Free Eye. But, I mean, this thing literally flipped around in its trajectory as it went towards the sun. It's right behind the sun right now. And if anybody knows, about the Nibiru, Planet X conspiracies and mythos and, all of that, it's this impending cataclysm from this comet-like object, which isn't a planet, it isn't a comet, it isn't, and it's described as the destroyer in the Colburn Bible, which we read, the chapters on the destroyer in the cauldron, which tonight we'll look at the last chapter from that, called the Dark Days, which is after the destroyer has already came and the damage it's already done. But as this thing gets closer, I'm telling you what, it looks weirder and weirder. It's got these nickel alloys in it now. It appears to be some sort of craft. It's causing these massive CMEs on the far side of the sun, and that's where it's actually located. The thing literally flipped the fuck around. I mean, what else, what else can we say about this? People, and myself included, thought that Avi Loeb was crazy as shit when he said that, this was some type of craft. Well, now he doesn't look so crazy, does he? Now he's starting to look like, and this thing's the size of Manhattan too. You can see it's coming right here, through the the uh, the very same path or trajectory, of the asteroid belt and all of this, where Mars and Jupiter, where there was in fact what many believe there was a planet in the past, and was this the trajectory of past extinction events? We also know that it's called the wow signal. It's within 3 degrees of the wow signal that was in the 70s. I mean, this thing is it's really wild, guys. It is. It's really wild. We're going to be looking at prophecies, the Hopi prophecy. We're going to be looking at Revelations. All of these different ancient depictions as well, about this cataclysmic event, right? And this destroyer object. So where is it at here? Let me pull it up here. And one of the things as well too with this, thinking about this in particular is, this also, uh, if I gotta find this video. Sorry, give me 1 second here. There it is, and I'll zoom in for you guys. Look at this fucking thing. But it's like one thing in particular about this object, um, or any type of object like this, this would coincide with a multitude of events. And we just recently have seen that Middle East peace deal. And remember, the Bible, it talks about the promise of peace and safety, or peace and security, before sudden destruction, right? And how prophetically, this all kind of plays out. Many people believe that Trump, in fact, does align with, at least the characteristics of an antichrist figure, or the man of sin, or the lawless one. Now I know a lot of people are diehard, which it's really shitty, because it's like it's, to me, it's so obvious at this point that all of your favorite influencers they're feds, man. Like, I don't know any other way to put it. When I watch people like Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, Steven Crowder, I mean, all of them, uh, all of these big names, now that we think is, or, would classify as independent media, which it's nothing, nothing of the sort, independent media, my ass. They all have the same talking points. They're all infighting amongst each other. And it appears to be like you've got like this one half of influencers that have this Islamicist um, connection with the Vatican, and Jesuits and Freemasonry, and all of this, right? And they're getting money from Qatar, and then you've got on the other side, the Zionist Freemasons, um, getting money from Israel, and Judaism, and the Kabbalah. So it's like, and they're all connected. They're all connected, right, to one another, pretending to be on opposing sides, controlling the opposition, because Stalin said the best way to control the opposition is to lead it, you know? And then you look at all of the talking points and all of the shit that's being put out there, it's all to continue to distract you from the actual truth, from what's actually taking place. So tonight we're going to look at what that might be, what that might entail. Everybody wants to get you gassed up. Oh yeah, we need there's so much crime in our cities, and we know anybody that's got half a fucking brain knows that the crime hasn't just all of a sudden shot up in all of these major cities, right? I hope you know that, right? And if you're falling for this stuff, instead of getting upset and emotional about it because you feel personally attacked from some of the things that I'm going to say tonight, instead of doing that, I would ask for you to be open minded and to think critically. That perhaps because we've all been duped, I've been duped, everybody's been had once, the brainwashing, the mind control, it's powerful. It's powerful, right? I mean, this has been refined for aeons, and it's demonic as fuck in nature. It's demonic. These people sometimes don't even know that they're being used by demonic forces, you know? And sometimes they do. And I think what people need to consider is that everything that you're getting now through these influencers and the media is being given to you directly from the government, right? All that I just mentioned, all the names above, it's all being fed to you. That's why they are cheering on, feds entering all these cities. Notice these are large cities. These are places where they're wanting to set up shop, command centers, bases for whatever's coming. Think about it. LA, Chicago, New York, DC. These are the biggest cities in the US, right? And I'm getting ready to read this letter, and I'm going to, whether you've heard it or not before, and I'm going to go through all the different documents, and I'm going to show you all that I have tonight. And we'll probably have to do multiple videos to get all this stuff out. But I want you to see just how real this is, and that they do have a list. They've had lists um, of political dissidents and people that they deem threats. For a long time now. They had them back in the 70s. They were a couple 100,000 people back then. It's probably much larger by now. So, and with the arrival of this thing, whatever, I think it's some sort of it's this interstellar object. It's clearly not a comet. I don't think it's artificial. Remember Oumuamua, they called it a scouting ship, right? Back in 2017, or I think it was 2017, they said that was the first interstellar object, and they said that it was a scout. It literally avoided the earth and the sun, like it went around us. It went right past Mars and Jupiter and all of this, and then avoided and went behind the sun and used the sun to speed off and take off. Like it was a spy ship or something, a scout ship, right? And then Borisov came after that, and then now we have Three Eye Atlas. And think about that, third eye, Third Eye Atlas, an asteroid terrestrial impact last alert system survey. That's what Atlas is, right? This is like the last line of defense against asteroids and comets and stuff, right? And it's able to see, all the NEOs. So let's jump in this. Let's jump in this. We're gonna go to the letter first here. And I'm telling you, I've got some wild shit. I've got some wild shit. I really do. Some wild shit. Make sure we're streaming still. We're good here. Okay. Looks like we're good still. All right. And if you can, please comment for me and let me know if you guys can hear me. And yeah, let me know if you can hear me fine and if you can see me, if it's like full screen or not. I do not know. I haven't used this particular app, so uh, if not, I will start a new one or whatever. But let me play a video first. Let me know if you guys can hear the sound on this video or whatever. Like I said, I have not actually used this app, so I need a little help from anybody watching. Oops. Let's think it's right. But I mean, we're seeing objects everywhere too, right? And we have here, we'll do the videos after. Let's go here first. Mm. And here is the letter. We're going to start with the letter. So, and this is, oh, like I said, if, okay, okay. And let me know in the chat if it's full screen, if you guys can hear me and all that. Somebody just please comment in the chat. That way I can, that way I know. ICE agent commits in NYC, leaving a note. Now, as soon as we read this, we'll jump into it. But without this note, it doesn't give you the context, right? So if you've heard this before, this will probably be the last time you ever hear it, but I wanted to do it for anybody who hasn't. Now, the America I grew up in and cherished has, and this is from a federal ICE agent in 2016 who unalived himself, right? And if you look up on Snopes, which we all know is incredibly reliable, Snopes is, right? But if you look up on Snopes, they'll tell you that, um, this is been it's a hoax or whatever, but it's actually not. Anybody who remembers this, it was May 9th, 2016 when this happened. This was actual news. This was, there's still probably 20 sites that you can find this on. And a lot of them had to been archived because it's, they've tried to scrub this from the internet. And you can see why now. It says, the America I grew up in and cherished has been murdered by its own federal government. Our Constitution has become meaningless and our laws politicized so badly they are no longer enforced except for political purposes, the note said. Our elected officials are, to a person, utterly corrupt and completely devoid of any love or respect for the country which pays them. To them, everything is about getting and keeping power and making illicit money from backroom deals. I was hired to enforce the law, to capture and deport people who come to this country against our laws. But now, if I dare do that, I face being suspended or fired because our president refuses to faithfully execute the duties of his office. Instead, I come to work each day and collect a paycheck twice a month for intentionally doing little to nothing. I cannot and will not be party to this fraud, to this usurpation of the law, or to this despicable politicians betraying our nation, the note continued. If the American people knew what the government is planning, they would rise up and overthrow it. If I or anyone else in the federal government revealed what is coming, we would be blanked anyway. So now I will reveal what I know. We in federal law enforcement have been drilling for several years to control riots and uprisings from a coming financial collapse and widespread bank failures. The drills involve life size images of American men, even women and children, whom we are told to shoot for practice and to quote, get used to it. We have been told that the economy is terminally ill and will fail. Now, remember, this was done in 2016, and who was elected in 2016? Right, Donald Trump, who also has the books written about him, right? Like 1900, The Last President. Okay, The Last President. And remember the comparisons to Cyrus, right? King Cyrus, when he in 2016 and he was minted on a gold coin like Cyrus. He was the outsider who became the king of Babylon, and Babylon fell in Cyrus's fourth year. And in Trump's fourth year, they had the Transition Integration Project of 2020, right? Where our federal government practiced a scenario, a flag event, if you will, a crisis event, if you will, where 2 out of 3 scenarios Joe Biden would win a contested election, right? And it's called the Transition Integration Project of 2020. You can download the PDF if you want to. It's still out there, right? And it was an exercise about this contested election where Biden would, take office. Okay. And then we had 30,000 National Guard troops occupying our nation's capital when the transition of power took place. And you guys remember, the cannons and all of that, that it was not a normal transition of power. It was actually signifying a foreign power had overtaken our government. You guys remember all that? Some of you may. Some of you may also remember in October of 2017, Trump created the presidential alert system, right? For emergencies. Some of you may remember that. Some of you may remember a lot of these different things that were happening in his first time in office, him attempting to suspend habeas corpus, which he's now trying to do again, which is your right to a speedy and fair trial, right? The Insurrection Act. All of these things are what precedes martial law, by the way. And the Insurrection Act allows them to get around posse comitatus, which prevents them from using our own military against us on U.S. soil, and using these funds to control the government, creating executive orders to control the government, which is outside of the branch. Remember, we have the executive, the judicial, and legislative branch for a reason. That way, one branch can't rule the others. So, what he's doing is completely unconstitutional. Just saying. And because you have all these influencers and shit that are telling you he's a hero, and you had him being completely smeared and attacked in his first time in office. Remember when he was president number 45, which is 4 plus 5 is 9. And now he's 47, 11, the 9/11 president. When he was 40, you know what happened in 9/11? That was the Twin Towers when Bush knocked down the towers, and that was the Patriot Act. And remember the reauthorization of the Patriot Act in 2020, which was also that was Trump. You guys will also remember Operation Warp Speed and the jabs. That was also Trump. Just letting you know. Okay. So, anybody remembering all of these things? Just trying to refresh you on this. And this isn't a liberal talking point. That's stupid. And you're retarded if you believe that. And you're brainwashed if you believe that. I'm not a liberal or a fucking conservative. I'm a human being, a real person, and I don't buy their bullshit. That's the difference between you and me. Now, when the collapse takes place, detention camps created under the FEMA Rex 84 program in the 1980s to house illegal aliens whom we were going to deport will instead be used to imprison American citizens whom the government feel constitute a threat. American citizens will be rounded up without warrants and imprisoned without trial for God knows how long. And that's the suspension of habeas corpus, by the way, that imprison without trial. These camps have been equipped to carry out Hitler scale killings and an actual purge of American citizens by the very government which they themselves created and pay for. I cannot be party to this. The government knows the military will rise up to stop this. So our military is being deployed overseas, intentionally involved in foreign fights, and deliberately shrunk in size so they cannot be here or help Americans. This is why certain ammunition and weaponry has been removed from state level National Guard armories, and over 1 billion rounds of hollow point ammunition has been bought by the federal government. The states themselves have been disarmed of military grade firepower so they cannot defend themselves from the federal activities. This is also why local police departments have been militarized and provided with armored vehicles and weapons of war, the note says. And you guys remember that was the localization of the UN agenda. They gave all our cops and police stations a bunch of armored cars and sonic rays and shit like that, right? The SWAT gear to get them to sign on, with this UN shit. That way, if we ever fall, they come under the governance of the UN. Now, when the inevitable collapse begins to take place, electric power to the entire country will be shut off, as will all forms of communication. All banks will be immediately closed. And remember, they have said for how many years now that the America's biggest weakness in our defense is our power grid, right? Our infrastructure is crumbling. And they don't fix it because they know we're going to collapse, right? And you guys can say, no, that'll never happen. And you must not have been around in the 90s and watched the Soviet Union collapse. It does happen. Even giant countries like this. We watched it, remember? When the inevitable collapse begins to take place, electric power to the entire country will be shut off, as will all forms of communication. All banks will be immediately closed. No one will be able to get any money because all ATMs will be offline. Credit, debit, EBT cards will not function. Anyone without cash will have no way to get any. The emergency alert system, remember the October 2017 presidential alert system, right, to allow him to do it, will be used to take over all broadcast stations and tell the public this is the result of a cyber attack. And we know that the North Koreans and Iran and China and Russia, right, they've been working on their 6th-generation silent warfare and cyber attacks, and we know about this for a long time because they've been trying to scare us with it for fucking decades. But while the American people patiently await things to get back to normal, the government will unleash roundups of citizens they deem militant or dangerous, with all civilian communications out and all TV and radio stations taken over by the emergency alert system. By the time the word spreads of what is taking place, the government will already have the upper hand. Every federal prison has been outfitted with lethal gas systems when things go bad. All prisoners in all prisons will be placed in their cells on lockdown. Prison staff will depart the facility, and a certain designated person will trigger a lethal gas system. All federal prisoners, regardless of their crime or their sentence, will be gassed to death in their cells, and the gas clears. Dead will be removed, and the prisons will then be used to house citizens who fought against the federal onslaught. So intent is the government to succeed, they have recruited priests, rabbis, and clerics from various religions to quote appropriate scriptures about obeying government. And they are being trained to tell people not to fight back and that their best hope is to pray. Now, I want you to kind of think about this too. Think about all the prophets and all the pastors and preachers and spiritual teachers of today and how political they are. Right? They're not real, guys. They're not real. Just like fucking Candace Owens, Crowder, Kirk, all the Fuentes, Carlson. They're not real. It's not real. What they're saying is not real. Timcast, the reason they're encouraging, the feds to crack down on crime, crack down on protesters, the reason they're encouraging ICE to deport all of these people, the reason they're encouraging EBT to be cut off is because they are part of this. Just letting you know. Damn, I wish people could see. The Executive Order 13603, which is the National Defense Resource Preparedness, is a blueprint for federal takeover of the economy. Specifically, this was Obama's plan involving seizing control of all commodities and products that are capable of being ingested by either human beings or animals. All forms, they'll take even your fucking dog food. All forms of energy, all forms of civil transportation, all usable water from all sources, health resources, drugs, biological products, medical devices, materials, facilities, health supplies, services, and equipment, forced labor, or induction camps, as the executive order delicately refers to military conscription. Moreover, federal officials would issue regulations to prioritize and allocate resources. The note touches on preppers too. We in federal law enforcement have also been told that the government has a full database of all so called preppers. Those people will be dealt with first by armed federal agents coming to take their guns, then their food stocks, so food can be redistributed as the government sees fit. So there you have it. That is the letter right there. And the last time I read this letter, I got a weird warning from YouTube. Weird as fuck, actually. Weird as fuck. And YouTube literally was like, telling me to, telling me that I got a strike because they were saying that I was going to take myself out, basically. Looks and sounds good. Thank you, Thaddeus. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, bro. But it's like YouTube was like literally like, yeah, in your it was a veiled thread is what it was. I posted it. It was like they said I was going to, off myself basically. So it's like, okay, I see what you're doing here. I see what you're doing here. So we're gonna move on over here now. I'm gonna show you some of the documents that I have. We're gonna look at some of the notes here, and I'm sorry, guys. You know what? This is the fucked up part. Where's that? A lot of people can't handle this, dude. They can't handle it because it doesn't fit into like their little paradigm, right? It's like uh, they can't handle it because it doesn't. It's not what they want to hear. It's not what they want to hear. They want to hear some fairy tale bullshit about how great Trump is and he's going to save the fucking country and he's been sent here by God and this is a battle versus good versus evil. Well, they're right about that. They're right about that. It is a battle of good versus evil, but he's not who you think he is. Remember, the Antichrist comes to he has what many perceive to be all of the solutions, right? Everybody thinks he's got all the solutions. That's the description of him. He even deceives all the Christians, right? It's like people, he takes a fatal wound to the head and lives, also, by the way. And it's like, why can't people see it? And why are they not even willing to look at information that says otherwise, right? That says anything about any of this. They're now bringing out, Department of Homeland Security to help ICE. Like they're federalizing the National Guard. Do you not see that they're setting up for something? Do you really think it's about illegal immigration? Do you really think the government shutdown is you notice they got private money to pay $130 million to pay the military. They did that, didn't they? But nobody's going to get snapped though, right? Wake the fuck up, people. Wake the fuck up. And do you not remember just what, a week, 2 weeks ago, we had that crypto crash? No, you don't, because you don't follow those things. Probably a lot of people don't. They don't fuck with crypto. That's like, mostly rich people have all this shit. Regular people don't have it. You know, but all those fucking little meme coins and all of it, right? Almost all of them crashed. Gold and silver is at an all-time fucking high. Do you know why? You know, go look at some of like Dollar Vigilante, and he's also the crypto vigilante. Look at his advice. That guy predicted 2008. You know, and he's literally saying that within a year, it's coming. Avi Loeb, the guy, for Three Eye Atlas, said we should be taking our vacations and shit before today or tomorrow, actually, tomorrow. People are trying to give a heads up here, but it's like nobody's listening. They can't hear it anymore. They're gone. It's mind control. It's that intense. It plays on your emotions. And see, when you're emotional about something, the logical side of your brain cuts off. And that's science. You can't deny that. It's science. So once you get all emotional and flustered, you're no longer even able to think logically. And I want you to think too, I was reading in the Bible yesterday, actually, and it's talking about, the love of Elohim is not in people, when they hate their brother. Now, I want you to think about the people that are like, good for those get those illegal aliens out of here, right? They're cheering it on. Cut those welfare bums off. They're cheering it on. Are these the people you should be listening to? Does that sound like they have the love of Elohim in them? The Federal Emergency Agency did sponsor a classified exercise, Rex 84, which included 32 federal departments and agencies and was held. This was 1984. Crazy year, right? The book 1984. Do you guys remember that? Night Trojan was the companion military readiness exercise to Rex 84 and Alpha. There have been civil readiness exercises called Rex and companion military exercises approximately every 2 years since the Korean War. The exercises have provided an opportunity for each administration during this period to ensure policies, plans, and procedures for the solution of emergency production, transportation, economic, civil defense, and continuity of government, energy, health, and other issues related to the national defense. Rex 84 Alpha did not simulate military operations in Central America. Now think about Venezuela. The cops just killed what, 20 or 30 people today? Right? Think about Nepal, where they were dragging their politicians out in the street and killing them. Think about Albert Pike, the modern day father of Freemasonry, and his 1871 letter to Mazzini outlining the three world wars. And that the last world war would be between the Muslim Arabic state aka Palestine, and the Zionist Israeli political state. And that it would bring us all to the point of mental, physical, economic, and emotional exhaustion. And it would result in the assured mutual destruction of Christianity and the nihilist and the atheist. He also outlined World War II and the rise of the Nazis. He also outlined World War I, the Bolshevik Revolution. He got them all right, looks like. X-84 Alpha did not simulate military operations in Central America. FEMA has no program or capability to seek out or to take into custody undocumented aliens, nor to establish detention centers in time of a crisis. Do you see what I'm saying? That's why they all get gassed. They have no rights. So they're trying to get them out of the country as fast as possible. Now, whether or not this Comet 3i Atlas truly is some sort of craft, and it's going to be alien invasion, Project Bluebeam style, which we will talk about Project Bluebeam tonight as well. Or it's going to actually be like, Wormwood fucking, Revelations style. I mean, in the Bible, it has all of the above, you know. But I've always thought that World War III would basically be launched to cover up some sort of asteroid impact, because asteroids and nuclear bombs are basically one and the same, right? They have the radiation and the mass destruction and, cratered impacts and blast radius and all of that, right? That's why we've, seen, how Russia has the capabilities of, to launch bombs in the water and send tsunamis and all of this, guys. Or they can, launch nukes in low orbit and create, EMP, right, and knock out the grids like this, Space Force directed energy. It's all of this. So, they could fake it or it could be real. Either one, honestly, either one. But if they know there's some sort of impending collapse, they get rid of all the illegals first, right? And then when the shit hits the fan, then they've already got all the federal agents and all of that and National Guards in place, right? And all their bases set up in the major population centers of the country, you know? Then when there's chaos and riots and all of this because nobody can get money or food, because that's when people go crazy. People don't do nothing until they're forced. And when they don't have food, I forget the saying, but it says you're basically like, four missed meals or some shit like that away from, craziness. you know, Once people start to run out of food, man, it's only a matter of time. Then people start robbing, killing, stealing, all of that. It's only a matter of time. And they don't want everybody running around, shooting each other. So that's what the whole disarmament of, because we don't have enough firepower to fuck with them anyways. But it's like, they don't want, that's why they've already dismantled all the militias and all that shit, guys, by declaring them all white supremacist and shit like that. They've definitely gotten ahead of all of this. And we're gonna look at the documents, and I'll show you the list and everything. They have lists. It's not bullshit. X-84 Alpha did not simulate military operations in Central America. FEMA has no program or capability to seek out or to take into custody undocumented aliens, nor to establish detention centers in a time of crisis. U.S. government plans do exist involving the care, feeding, processing, and protection of a large influx of refugees, illegal immigrants, and aliens entering the United States during a crisis. This type of planning helps when problems such as the fall of Vietnam and the Cuban refugee situation require coordination and cooperation between civil, voluntary, and military agencies. But if we're collapsing, no such thing is happening, is what they're saying. FEMA has never received a copy of National Security Decision Directive 52 and is not aware of what it may contain. Consequently, FEMA is not aware of any issues played during Rex 84 Alpha or any other civil exercises which involved NSDD 52. I'm not sure what that directive is, 52. FEMA has been told by the National Security Council that the subject of 52 has nothing to do with this exercise or Central America or other issues said to involve FEMA in the affidavit. In 86, Blank was not responsible for the planning and execution of FEMA Rex 84 Alpha. It did not exercise supervisory civil authority over the Department of Defense during the exercise, nor at any other time. And think about this too. I want you to think about COVID and all of this as well, right? When they were all making people, uh, shelter in place and social distance and all of this, right? That was a large scale world exercise to get prepared for all of this, I believe. Because we all know, or at least some of us do, well, I mean, it's all came out now, you know, it's all came out now what that really was, and that was nothing like what we were told it was. It wasn't even legitimate. So, state defense forces in some states exist to replace National Guard units when the Guard is federalized in a war emergency. Say what? Say what, bro? You say what? The state defense forces exist in some states to replace National Guard units when the Guard is federalized in a war emergency. Does anybody know any time where the Guard has been federalized, like now? There are no plans for the use of state defense forces other than within a state under the direction of the state's governor. Players during Rex 84 Alpha did seek to identify what assistance the Department of Defense could provide to the states in resources and materials. See, motherfuckers don't know about Garden Plot. It's nefarious as shit, boy. Detention camps. FEMA does have a secure area, and I want you to remember too this Janet Napolitano and her announcement of the emergency crisis response in conjunction with Walmart, right? So when you've heard all the conspiracies about the Walmart FEMA camps, that's where that comes from. That's a real deal thing. That's why they're all set up in every city in the fucking United States. They get federal money. That's why they were funding, with the No Kings protest and shit like that. That's why they do that shit, guys. That's why they're set up. That's why their gardening centers look like, prison reception centers. That's why it looks like they have guard towers on the tops of their buildings and shit, because they do. And that's why you see people getting popped, right? Illegal aliens in Walmart, because the feds are already there. They're dressed up like Walmart employees and shit. I've seen it. I've shown you the videos of it. FEMA does have a secure area on the fifth floor of its headquarters building, just as other federal agencies which much work with classified materials have such areas. Former FEMA General Counsel George Jett has nothing to do with the establishment of this area. The existence of this secure area was unrelated to the planning and conduct of Rex 84 Alpha. The planning and responsibility for conducting Alpha was done by FEMA elements not located in that space. So they have areas to protect themselves from all of this, right? I want to give you this information. I've taken numerous calls on Operation Garden Plot, and I have talked with DOD and Justice, of course, went through a futile effort to describe this operation. I am including for you information, if you don't already have it, on the bookbinder's operation. I took a number of calls from representative's office from the district here in DC. Unfortunately, with all of my verbose skills, I was not able to convince him that they didn't need to have anything written down from FEMA. Say, want a letter addressed to the representative? Okay. FEMA's role in garden plot. FEMA does not have a direct role in garden plot or in responding to civil disturbances. So just to kind of let you know, like FEMA is actually like, so when everybody with the conspiracies on the FEMA shit, this is kind of how it works, right? FEMA isn't going to be the ones like arresting you and all of that kind of shit, right? The National Guard, the feds, all of that. But FEMA will take over, for like, in the crisis and shit. They'll set up command centers, hospitals, all of it, detention centers, right? They just don't do uh, the militarized part of it. FEMA does not have a direct role in garden plot responding to civil disturbances. Garden plot describes relationships between the Department of Defense, so that's the DoD, and remember when they were disseminating all those jabs, who did it? In every country in the world, who did it? The DoD, the Department of Defense or Department of War. In every country in the world. And they got 90% capitulation of every population of every country in the world. Think about that. That's how brainwashed the masses are. That's how brainwashed the masses are. That's not a promising number at all. 90% of the fucking population capitulates and just rolls over. That's how they know they can pull it off. And here's what's sad. It's fear that got us here. Right? It's fear that put us in this position. And it's fear that will be our downfall in the end. Because people are dumb when they're afraid. Think about it. The war on terror, the war on drugs, the war on COVID. Every time it's been the erosion of your rights through fear. And people fear what they do not understand. They'll call me doom and gloom and all of this for telling you it, or fear porn or whatever else. And it's like, no, no, not at all. I'm actually trying to help you. Because then when you know what it is, fear no longer has power over you. When you're so afraid you won't even look at it, that's crazy. You're fucked in that situation. Because then when shit hits the fan, what are you gonna do? You're gonna let anybody, take your power to protect you, to keep you safe. And what are they gonna do? They're gonna take advantage of it and enslave you, or worse. Garden plot describes relationships between the Department of Defense and the Department of Justice for military support and performance of domestic law enforcement missions. FEMA's interest in garden plot stems from a need to coordinate with the Department of Justice in emergencies which involve concurrent law enforcement operations and disaster operations. For example, garden plot was implemented in St. Croix following Hurricane Hugo and in Los Angeles following the Rodney King trial. In both situations, FEMA had a concurrent operation focused on disaster relief. While the missions are different, they address the same community at the same time with some of the same responding departments and agencies. FEMA is working with the FBI to develop an operational framework that will identify and resolve potential competing requirements. Quoting from Garden Plot. Implementation of Garden Plot normally will be authorized by a presidential directive or executive order. Exceptions to this condition are limited to 1. Sudden and unexpected civil disturbances, including civil disturbances incidents from earthquake, fire, flood, or such calamities endangering life, and where immediate response is required and where the lack of communications prevent an immediate response. 2. Protection of federal property and functions. 3. The use of military forces to respond to domestic terrorist incidents pursuant to specific statutory authority as part of assistance to the FBI in combating terrorism. And I want you to know back in 1984, it wasn't the same version of terrorism you know today. They were talking about domestic terrorism. That's at home, big dog. The Garden Plot O plan, which was previously classified confidential, is now unclassified. The proponent of the plan for directed military plan is applicable throughout the country within DC. DoD views FEMA's role as simply consequence management. If an area like Washington, D.C. was extensively damaged due to civil disturbance, FEMA, upon a presidential disaster declaration, would be who the military would turn to manage the cleanup effort. There is a DoD plan called Garden Plot. It is the Department of Defense Civil Disturbance Plan. It does not specify any role for FEMA, either a lead or supporting capacity. FEMA's only role in this situation would be if civil disturbances cause widespread and extensive damage to the extent that the president declared an area a disaster area. FEMA could be requested to coordinate the activities of the federal departments and agencies charged with cleaning up the damage. Mm. It seems though there's a radio station and special interest group newsletters which claiming that FEMA is carrying out these exercises. It is alleged that FEMA is evacuating people from their homes and then searching their property. In this Nebraska report, Representative's office let us know that they had heard but not yet verified that some reports had the sheriff's office at Grant County, Nebraska, confirming that Operation Garden Plot is a FEMA operation. Yeah, people were like, what in the fuck are they doing? Uh, okay. Which we are going to go through quite a few documents, just letting you know. So, I've got the list and everything, so I'm trying to find where I want to start with this. I think I started here. FBI file of politicians. These are the names, list, and all of this. So we'll get to that in just a second. So, where I want to go. Start here. Civil disturbance, operation. And all of this is available through the Freedom of Information Act. Everything you see tonight. Okay, so it seems here there's the field manual addresses continual United States and outside continental United States civil disturbance operations. Today, the U.S. forces are deployed on peacekeeping, peace enforcement, and humanitarian assistance operations worldwide. During these operations, U.S. forces are often faced with unruly and violent crowds intent on disrupting peace and the ability for U.S. forces to maintain peace. In addition to uncovering civil unrest doctrine, it addresses domestic unrest and the military role in providing assistance to civil authorities requesting it for civil disturbance operations to provide to the commander and his staff. So let's go. Operational threats of the civil disturbance environment. General causes for civil unrest. In these modern times, demonstrations, civil unrest, public disorder, and riots happen for a number of reasons. Demonstrations may range from simple nonviolent protest that address specific issues to events that turn into full-scale riots. Gatherings and protests are recognized rights, regardless of when U.S. forces may be operating. You guys may remember, too, there wasn't even the right during COVID to assemble. They took that away. Remember? So you weren't even allowed to assemble during that. So they took that away. They also took away free speech because they were censoring, silencing, shadow banning, everything. And they did that that was made legal under Barack Obama. Um, that was called the Smith-Mund Act, right? So they repealed, the Smith-Mund Act was repealed in what, 2012, I think, right? Which was basically, it's sets a precedent that prohibits the United States government from using propaganda on American citizens, right? And you're literally seeing this shit happen right now. These crowd gathering shit and all this, these organized things, which I'm just telling you, this is my fucking uh, my belief on what's happening. I believe that a lot of these quote unquote protests that were at these ICE facilities and such, um, that they were just like, what they're calling Antifa, just like we know that the leader of the Proud Boys is a federal agent. Um, the Oath Keepers was part of the leader, was part of the J6 stuff and all of that. Antifa, same thing. I believe, they're feds as well, you know. So you got one side, all, the feds coming in turtle masks and, their fatigues to break shit up and then being supported by DHS. And then on the other side, you have the actual feds that are pretending to be rioters in masks, right, as Antifa, right? So they're setting the precedent for the feds to be there. You see what I'm saying? And it's like the whole paid protesting thing. We've seen that as well, like in the what was it, in Charleston or whatever, we had the paid protesting. So I mean, all of this, right? These are, and this is to create plausible deniability. A lot of people are like, oh, it's George Soros and da 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 da. It's like, well, a lot of these actors, they're outsourcing, this to, members of the military industrial complex to create plausible deniability, right? That way it's not directly being funded by the United States government, and I'm not saying that any of our enemies don't do it, but I highly doubt it really. If you see how much control the US has over the world and you think that we just sit back and allow, you know, shit like that, I don't. So, and I know we got a lot of traitors and shit in the government, but what was it? Bill Maher even said that Trump is basically we've seen a soft coup happen. A soft coup. He's come in through with the military and basically overthrown the old regime. And now notice everything with through executive orders and all of this. He'll if he's able to take action to remove funding to anyone that isn't completely loyal to him instead of the Constitution and the United States government, you know, which let's go here. This is not really, I don't really care about this. Uh, Operation Night Train. Oh, shit. We're still going here. I saw today Cyrus the Great is celebrated in Iran because on this day he entered Babylon and founded the Achaemenid Empire. Thought that was interesting with the Trump connection. Yeah, that is actually very interesting. That's very, very interesting. Um, Hopefully, it's still, coming through good and all that stuff. I don't know if you guys can even see me or hear me well or what. It's I can't tell. Can't tell. And we're going to go to the Three Eye Atlas in just a moment. So here's like the list, the release records with nameless metadatas. Got something else over here too. Why it's not loading up there. Just to kind of give you Operation Garden Plot was the Department of Defense Civil Disturbance Plan, which is also known as the cryptonym Garden Plot, which was a general U.S. Army National Guard plan to respond to major domestic civil disturbances within the United States. The plan was developed in response to the civil disorders of the 60s that fell under the control of the U.S. North Command or Northcom. It provided federal military and law enforcement assistance to local governments during times of major civil disturbances. The Garden Plot plan, drafted after the Watts, Newark, and Detroit riots, it captures the acrimonious times when the document was drawn up. The plot warns against racial unrest as well as anti draft and anti Vietnam elements. The Pentagon activated Garden Plot to restore order during the 92 Los Angeles riots. Garden Plot was superseded by U.S. Northcom Concept Plan, Con Plan 2502, following September 11th. Under Homeland Security, restructuring has been suggested that similar models have followed. Overnight, those Homeland Security missions should be provided by the National Guard Bureau based on a long-standing guard and plot model in which National Guard units are trained and equipped to support civil authorities in crowd control and civil disturbances. So there's that. We already go through this one. I think we did. Yeah, I think we already went through this one. Yeah, quoting from Garden Plot. Yeah, we did. So we already went through this one. Matter of fact, Jesus. Let's go up here. Now we're going to go through kind of like a list of some of this stuff here. Okay. Indicators of possible martial law or government internal control, significant deployment of armed forces domestically, large numbers of military or National Guard units placed on streets or in cities with unused rules of engagement, the use of the Insurrection Act of 1807 or similar executive order to federalize troops, military units taking over civilian law enforcement roles, securing zones, running checkpoints. Now, I want you to kind of think these are indicators of these type of actions happening right domestically. So you can see the large number of the military National Guard placed on the streets, the use of the Insurrection Act, or executive orders to federalize troops. We actually have that happening right fucking now, right? Right? Military units taking over law enforcement, suspension or erosion of normal civil rights and legal protections. Now, think about this like the suspension of habeas corpus, or also we're getting now this thing pushed to us, regarding the 22nd Amendment, right? And Trump becoming president for a third term, which I have no idea. There is, when I watch these fucking asshats on, like Patrick Bet David and shit like that, talking about how happy they'd be if Trump had a third term. It's just disgusting. I puke in my mouth when I watch it because it's like I know that these motherfuckers are government shills and they're literally just deceiving the shit out of everybody, and they're like getting filthy rich off of it. And it's like I see their devil horns, as they do it. It's just disgusting. These are disgusting human beings, is what they are. The way that they're deceiving everyone and pushing all these fucking narratives, and it's like leading everyone to the slaughter. And you know what's crazy? In these type of situations, this is what's funny about it. This is the funny part of all of it is they're useful idiots. Those people, those talking heads and shit, the ones that lead everyone to the slaughter because they know that they're slime balls and that they'll turn on you on a dime, right? They are usually one of the first people that they take out, right? So, um, suspension and erosion of civil rights, curfews, restriction of movement, public assembly or speech without clear cause, courts, civilian police, local government sideline in favor of military emergency rule, indications that the government is preparing to enforce martial law style rules, even if the terminology isn't used. Government messaging or legislation hinting at extreme scenarios, which we have extreme scenarios that are getting ready to take place, right? You see what's coming with the snap and shit, buddy. I'm telling you, it's only a matter of time. uh, Executive, and they're telling you that, and they're trying to convince you that this government shutdown is just about the Democrats and dude, the Republicans control the House and Senate and all of it. It's like, what are you talking about? How are you blaming the Democrats for it? You fucking goof. You know, it's like it's literally like, and people believe this shit. They literally believe this shit. They're like, those liberals are doing this for illegal immigrants. No, no, that's not why it's happening at all. At all. Do you really believe that? You know, do you really believe that? And if you do, I got some fucking swampland in fucking the sky I want to sell you. So hit me up. Um, Government messaging or legislation hinting at extreme scenarios, executive orders or legislative actions granting broad emergency powers. And see, and here's the fact of the matter. It's like, I know if I say these things, people will say I'm a liberal and shit like this. Like, that's like, just like the Epstein files were just a liberal hoax, weren't they? Right? Give me a break, dude. They were legit as fuck until he found out he was all in them. That's what's funny about it. Changes in infrastructure supporting control and surveillance, increased funding or deployment of systems that allow rapid mobilization of forces, control of communications, or lockdowns of areas. Activation of continuity of government plans. The continuity of government readiness condition, which suggests the government is shifting into emergency mode. Visible signs of logistical preparation, extra rationing announcements, stockpiling of supplies, hidden warehouses, or transport of supplies in large volumes under secrecy. Um, which they have all of their underground shit. I had somebody. This is a couple of years ago, actually. I had somebody whose son drove, a truck, and she literally sent me pictures of him, entering into an underground, facility, right? Taking up, and he drove for a food company. So that was a couple of years back, actually. Uh, Large scale exercises or movements that mimic national emergencies, abrupt disruption of normal communication channels or media, sudden directives to stay tuned to official sources, blackouts, heavy jamming, censorship, or prioritization of military broadcast over civilian ones. Um, the legal basis, and here we go, premises of the breakdown of a civil authority, the legal basis for enforcing martial law type measures, which typically involve a situation where civilian authority has stopped functioning. In short, signs of large scale unrest, massive infrastructure failure, or an attack might precede a trigger these measures. Why this matters: when you believe in systemic control and suppression of knowledge, these kind of indicators can signal when things are shifting from routine politics into systemic reset mode. Think about that. Hmm. The Trump administration has signed executive orders that may impact disaster preparedness and response structures. For instance, an order transferring disaster preparation responsibilities from FEMA to state and local governments was signed in March 2025. Trump signs in order to shift disaster preparation from FEMA to state and local governments. March 18th, U.S. President Donald Trump on Tuesday signed an executive order that seeks to shift responsibility for disaster preparations to state and local governments, deepening his drive to overhaul the Federal Emergency Management Agency. The order first, previewed, and remember, Reuters is owned by the Rothschilds, so um, first previewed the White House on March 10th. It calls for review of all infrastructure, continuity, and preparedness and response policies to update and simplify federal approaches. It said common sense investments by state and local governments to address risks ranging from wildfires to hurricanes and cyber attacks would enhance national security, but did not detail what they were or how they would be funded. Quote, preparedness is most effectively owned and managed at the state and local and even individual levels, supported by a competent, accessible, and efficient federal government, the order said. When states are empowered to make smart infrastructure choices, taxpayers benefit. The order calls for revising critical infrastructure policy to better reflect assessed risk instead of an all hazards approach. The White House said in a fact sheet on the order, it creates the National Risk Register to identify, describe, and measure risk to U.S. national infrastructure and streamline federal functions to help states work with Washington more easily. Trump in January ordered a review of FEMA that stopped short of shuttering in the country's lead disaster response agency, as a White House official said the latest order was not aimed at closing FEMA. Rob Moore, the director of the Flooding Solutions Team at the National Resources Defense Council, accused the Trump administration of systemically weakening U.S. disaster readiness. From day one, the Trump administration has been eroding the nation's capacity to plan for, respond to, and recover from disasters. They've overseen the dismissal of 1,000 FEMA staff who won't be there to respond to a flood or wildfire, and are withholding funding from local and state governments who are doing risk reduction projects and more. Shana Udvardy, a senior researcher at the Union of Concerned Scientists, said she was concerned the order marked another dangerous step that would leave communities with fewer resources to prepare for future disasters. The executive order shifts most of the responsibility for disaster preparedness to state and local governments, asking them to make more expensive infrastructure investments without outlining the federal role in that, she said. And you know what it almost looks like, just to be all the way honest? It looks like when Elon Musk was within the government and he was managing Doge, right? Which Doge was actually created under the Obama administration, just in case you weren't familiar with that. Um, that he was probably what he was doing with the whole efficiency thing was outlining all of the shit that they, for continuity of government, right? That's really probably what it was they were using those, Doge to decide what they could cut and get rid of and all of this to have the government, run at bare minimum and, in a collapse is what it's starting to look like. They were preparing for this. They were preparing for this. The U.S. government is engaged in significant procurement activities related to nuclear preparedness. For example, Constellation Energy secured a $1 billion contract to supply nuclear power to federal agencies, indicating a long-term commitment to energy resilience. Right? So they're making sure that they're going to have power in all of this, but you won't. FEMA's staffing plans. FEMA has outlined plans to require nearly a full-time staff to be deployed annually to disaster zones for periods ranging from 45 to 90 days. The initiative aims to enhance the agency's responsiveness to emergencies, but has raised concerns about staffing stability and resource allocation. The U.S. emergency plan requires nearly all staff to be deployed, draft memo shows. A draft memo from the Federal Emergency Management Agency dated April 2025 reveals plans to require nearly all full-time staff to be deployed annually to disaster zones for periods ranging from 45 to 90 days. The initiative expands the emergency role of FEMA's 5,000 full-time, typically non-deployed staff, redefining categories to engage all employees in disaster management. The plan coincides with broader Trump administration efforts to shift FEMA's preparedness responsibilities to state and local governments. Emergency procurement flexibilities. The Federal Acquisition Regulation, or FAR, includes built-in flexibilities that allow contact tracking officers to act quickly for urgent needs. These flexibilities can't be used without a federal or a formal emergency declaration or contingency operation designation, enabling rapid procurement of goods and services during a crisis. Recent developments, contract actions. FEMA has undertaken contract actions to reduce spending, which may impact its ability to respond effectively during disasters. And this was September 24th, 2025, where FEMA provides the following information on actions taken to reduce spending. And this is from the Department of Homeland Security. DHS arrives to provide equal access to information and data to people with disabilities in accordance with Section 508 of the Rehabilitation Act of 73. And these are all the different plans here. I'm not going through all these contracts, but you can see there's quite a fucking lot. Look, I'm still scrolling. Still scrolling. There you go. And that's just in September. Notice how all of this is recent, right? It's just showing you they're preparing for something. And I think that Three Eye Atlas is like the indicator, right? They know something is impending, and it's coming from behind the sun. We're going to get into the prophecies, just here in a moment. So bear with me for those that aren't interested in this part. But like I said, I believe that this is um, all of the actions that we have seen in our scene. Uh, to me, is a key indicator that we're on the verge of collapse. You know, and like I said, we had the recent just a week, 2 weeks ago. The little crypto crash, right, where all the meme coins crashed and took a nosedive. And we have had all the tariffs, think about that, which, these super bubbles and all of this shit within the economy, it's getting ready to blow all of it. And now they're going to be stopping SNAP and EBT in November, and they said the well has run dry. Yet they were able to get private money, $130 million, to make sure they paid the military because they're planning on using them, right? When you rise up and show your ass because you can't eat, they'll still have the military. Priorities, right? Not you living, but them having control. And I've shown you all these other actions, right? Doge and all this, these government cuts. It lets you know they're on the verge of collapse, guys. I'm being honest. It looks like the United States is close to collapse. Military exercises and operations. The U.S. military conducts exercises and operations to prepare for continuity of government and emergency response scenarios. And you guys may remember that helicopter that crashed into the commercial plane in D.C., that they were running a continuity of government exercise that night. Just letting you know. Remember the Black Hawk, that they can control remotely and shit. For instance, a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter involved in a collision was on a. Hey, how about that? I literally talked about it, and here it is. For instance, a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter involved in a collision was on a training mission related to continuity of government operations aimed at evacuating senior officials safely during an attack. You guys remember that? That was the crashed U.S. Army Black Hawk unit was responsible for doomsday readiness. The U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter involved in a collision with a passenger jet in Washington was on a training mission related to the continuity of government operations aimed at evacuating senior officials safely during an attack. This rarely discussed mission ensures the government can continue operating during national crisis. The crash resulted in the death of 3 soldiers from the 12th Aviation Battalion at Fort Belvoir, as well as 64 passengers on the plane. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth confirmed the connection to the Doomsday mission. Infrastructure resilience, investments in infrastructure resilience, such as the $1 billion contract for nuclear power supply, which reflects efforts to ensure critical facilities remain operational during emergencies. Notice, it's just power for them. Constellation Inc.'s $1 billion deal to supply the U.S. government with nuclear power. The energy contracts, the U.S. government secured significant contracts to enhance energy resilience, indicating a focus on maintaining operations during potential crises. Monitoring tools and resources. To stay informed about potential indicators of government preparedness for martial law, nuclear conflict, or large scale disasters, consider monitoring the following resources: FAR, providing information on emergency procurement flexibility of contracting actions, FEMA, and COGCON. Continuity of government, National Continuity Plan. The NCP plan outlines strategy for mass evacuation and relocation of federal government agencies, including the White House and military, in response to catastrophic events within National Capital Region. Remember, the Capitol was the first place that they brought the National Guard, and remember that the White House is now under construction because of the ballroom. Just saying, dude. Things are starting to really, really add up. Key components. Continuity of operations. Each agency is required to have a detailed COOP in place to ensure the continuation of essential functions during emergencies. Relocation sites. Designated secure facilities for government operations during crisis. Like Greenland, probably remember the movie Greenland and then remember Vance and Trump and all their trips to Greenland. It's probably one of the places. Communication protocols establish methods for maintaining communication among agencies during disruption, as well as we have the hollowed out mountains and the underground bases and all of that underground networks all under the United States, the entire country. They even allegedly have mag rails and shit under there, and they can travel faster than anything on the surface. Federal Continuity Directive 1, it provides guidance for the development and implementation of continuity programs across federal agencies. The key requirements, essential functions, identification and prioritization of mission essential functions that must continue during emergencies, delegation of authorities, the designation of personnel with the authority to execute essential functions during disruptions, continuity facilities, the identification of alternate facilities to support essential functions, interoperable communications, establishment of communication systems that remain operational during emergencies, and then nuclear and radiological emergency preparedness. FEMA's radiological emergency preparedness program overview program provides planning standards and guidance for state and local governments to prepare for and respond to radiological emergencies. Insurrection Act. The grants the president the authority to deploy federal military personnel domestically to suppress rebellion and enforce civilian law. Now, this is, really key here. Recent discussions. The potential invocation in October 2025, discussions arose regarding the potential invocation of the Insurrection Act to address unrest in U.S. cities. And there's really no precedent for it, and we all know it. Unless you're just a total fucking, brainwashed fucking, robot, then there's no real reason for this. There's no real reason for it, and we all know it. Anybody with half a brain in their skull knows that crime didn't all of a sudden skyrocket in all these major cities out of nowhere, you know, to the point they need the National Guard and all of this. And they're actually instigating and agitating with ICE and the DHS and all of this, and they're doing it intentionally because then that makes it look like there is a precedent for them to be there, right? Like I said, they have feds and ski masks, and paid protesters and all of this, right? To give and notice every time they're doing this, there's 1,000 cameras and it's trending on every social media and shit like that, right? It's to give the illusion that there's chaos and shit to set the precedent for this stuff. So just being honest, the debate focuses on the scope of presidential authority and the balance between federal and state powers. The FEMA Operations Continuity Act proposes to introduce legislation to authorize FEMA to maintain essential operations funded through the Disaster Relief Fund, ensuring continued disaster relief efforts during emergencies. And you know what's crazy to me? This is the craziest part to me. They can literally just print money, right? And they're choosing not to do the EBT. They're choosing to cut a lot of these things off. They're choosing to do this. And the reason being is because they want to make sure that the government survives, not that the people survive. And that's the truth. That is the absolute truth. They're not worried about the population. And that's sad, honestly, because it's the population that has paid and created that government. They paid the taxes and created that government. And then the government is now abandoning the population to make sure that it lasts. It's like, what use is a government if there's no population? When they're the ones who put us in this position to start with their corrupt bullshit. You know, by selling us out to China and Israel and all these other places. Like, they did this to us, and now after we're getting ready to collapse as a result of it, that now they're going to have all of us lead us to the slaughter secretly right in front of our face and have us cheering it on while we do it. You fucking idiots cheering it on make me sick, honestly. It's like, for real, make me sick, like sick to my stomach when I watch people cheer it on. It's like, oh yeah, get those welfare bums, and we hell yeah, we need the ICE to get rid of those illegals. Da, da, da. It's like, you fucking idiot. You're cheering it on because you're a hateful bitch ass motherfucker that don't understand what's actually happening, and they know you don't. They know you're dumb, and that you're going to continue to cheer it on because you're stupid. When it's really got nothing to do with what your ignorant ass thinks it does. And they're using your hate and your ignorance against you to get you killed later. And you're helping them do it and cheering them on while they do it because you're a dumbass. You know, that's just a fact. Key provisions allowing FEMA to access necessary funds to support, and on top of it, it's so dumb you're blaming it on the liberals and the other party because you're too stupid to see that both parties are the same goddamn thing. Like, what the fuck? You know? how, and it's sad, because like, and people are like, oh yeah, we got rid of the media. Yeah, we sure did. We got rid of the media. Now we only have a few influencers that are bought and paid for. We're in a way better position, aren't we? you know, way better position, aren't we? Because they're lying to you too. They know what's going on. They've been read into all of this. They think they're going to get to survive by sacrificing you. But as soon as they're done using them, they'll get rid of them too. The Department of Justice FY 2026 contingency plan scope covers the Department of Justice operations during a lapse in appropriations, detailing essential functions and personnel requirements. The key highlights the mission essential functions, identification of critical functions that must continue during funding gaps. Like now, personnel designations, designation of personnel necessary to perform MEFs, resource allocation, plans for allocating resources to support essential operations, right? Like I said, this is what DOGE really was all about. DOGE was brought in during Obama, during Executive Order 13606, right? National Defense Resource Preparedness. That's a liberal, that's the left, right? Isn't it funny how both sides are on the same plan? Fucking retards. Guidance for continuation of operations during a lapse in appropriations. Purpose provides guidance for federal agencies on maintaining essential functions during lapses in appropriations. The essential activities, the identification of activities necessary for national security and continuity of government. And I'll probably get killed for telling you guys this, so it is what it is. Resource management guidelines for managing resources to support essential activities. Communication protocols, establishment of communication methods to coordinate efforts during funding gaps. And you know what's sad? Like I have family, they believe deeply in Donald Trump and all of it. They do. They believe deeply in it. Scared shitless too. Continuity of government policy description establishes a national policy for federal continuity, ensuring government functions, leadership, and rapid response to emergencies. The Federal Continuity Directive description provides guidance for development and implementation of continuity programs. FEMA Continuity Plan Template description offers the template for federal agencies to develop continuity plans ensuring essential functions during emergencies. And the Guide to Continuity of Government describes the relationship between continuity of operations or COOP, continuity of government COG, and emergency support functions ESF, providing planning factors to assist governments in achieving continuity of government. That's from the Indiana Department of Homeland Security. You guys remember Jade Helm 15, the official U.S. Army Special Operations, detailing the purpose and scope of Jade Helm 15. You guys remember that? Let's see. Jade Helm 15. This is when they went into the Southwest, right? Basically door to door and all that shit. Jade Helm 15, the multi-state Department of Defense approved training exercise designed to validate Army Special Operations Forces in the performance of their primary core mission, special warfare. So they use the special ops. Army Special Ops have been at the center of the global war on terror and overseas contingency operations for more than 14 years. Training exercises like this are significant for Army Special Ops success. So the U.S. it says, why is the exercise needed? The U.S. Army Special Ops Command is conducting Jade Helm to train U.S. Special Ops to respond to international crisis. Personnel will train together a 8-week period of time, strengthening their working relationship for future deployments. But they trained here in the U.S., dude. Just letting you know. I'll show you the map. And we're not going to go on this. I'm going to go on the actual right here. Presentation document should be over in Jade Helm. Jade Helm, right here. The realistic military training conducted outside of federally owned property. The RMT process is designed to ensure proper coordination between DoD representatives and local and regional authorities. The process includes risk assessment, medical and communication plans, MOU, MOA, licensing, training, staging, roles, legal review, ID of training, staging, roles, airfield drop zones, landing zones, surveys, letters of invitations obtained from local officials, mayor, county commission, coordination with local, state, and federal law enforcement, public affairs review. And remember, here in Cincinnati, they just put our chief of police on leave, right? Because they said she couldn't handle the crime. We have SWAT team down at Fountain Square downtown throughout every day. They put a curfew for minors and over the Rhine, like so. They're doing it in our city here too. So and this is, and I would love to hear, those of you that live in big cities, major cities of the U.S., if even if your city isn't in national news, right? Like, I mean, we were for a couple things. When the cops were beating up the protesters on the bridge and all that. Um, but if you guys have something happening in your city, please put it in the comments, man. That way other people can see it. Anything crazy, suspicious with your mayor, your chief of police, like resigning, stepping down, getting fired, any type of SWAT deployment, National Guard, if the, DHS or ICE or any of that, if your city has any action whatsoever, please put it in the comments, right? And if you have like links to any news articles or anything like that, put that there too. Jade Helm is challenging 8-week joint military interagency unconventional warfare. And this was in Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California, Nevada, Utah, and Colorado. And this was part of the national security strategy. This was literally for what we are going through. And the participants were the U.S. Green Berets, Navy SEALs. It was all special ops, Air Force special ops, Marine special ops, Marine Expeditionary Units, 82nd Airborne, and interagency partners. And you can see it was Bastrop, Smithville, Big Spring, Caddo Lake, Caldwell, Cristobal, College Station, Del City, El Dorado, Goliad Junction, Leakey, Menard, Mountain Homes, San Angelo, San Antonio, Stanton, and Victoria. That was in Texas. And here's the map of it. You can see literally where they went into, all of this. And the home station was Eglin Air Force Base, Camp Shelby. And they literally deployed all through the Southwest here. See, insurgent pocket right here down at the left in California. They were taking out insurgents, right, in the United States. Why Texas? The United States Special Operations Command has conducted numerous exercises in Texas because Texas is historically supportive of efforts to prepare our soldiers, airmen, Marines, and sailors to fight the enemies of the U.S. To hone advanced skills, the military interagency requires large areas of undeveloped land with low population densities with access to towns, the proposed area to offer the conditions conducive to quality training because of real obstacles to challenge joint with IA personnel operating outside the normal support mechanisms. And think about it. It's a big. This was all across the border as well. The U.S. Mexico border. Just to keep it real. And I told everybody when they built the wall, they built it to keep you in, not to keep people out. Our country, our debt is built upon Social Security. That's a bond, right? When you're born into bondage, Neo. And it's through your Social Security number. They accrue the national debt or debt. They borrow against the value of taxes and the money that you're going to make estimated in your lifetime. So each one of us is worth a specific amount of money. So if we were ever to collapse or fall, that bond is then held by the people. So whoever took us over would take us, the people. So that's why they don't want us to be able to escape. You know, you build a border wall, then you can't. It keeps all of the cartels and shit like that from coming from South America and Mexico and setting up shop and overthrowing our government, right? What's left of the government, continuity of government, and it also keeps us from being able to escape and go, and run and flee as refugees to other places, you know. And they would probably come in through the north, and from the coast. That would, just to be honest, if you think about it. Uh, China and its relations with Canada, and they have tens of thousands of UN vehicles already situated all over the United States. If there was some sort of collapse or civil war, that would be how they came in, is under the guise of the UN and a peacekeeping operation. And that's if, and that's a big if we weren't attacked the moment we collapsed, and we probably would be by our enemies. The moment we financially collapse and there's an economic collapse and people are rioting because they don't have food and money and all of this, our enemies they're gonna invade. That's the exact moment I would invade. You know, And when they're knocking out the grid and the power, right, to everything, because they have nuclear power for all the shit they need to run, right? So they got all you without heat, without food. And remember, they came out with a paper, right? And it was estimated that in the first year, 90% of the population would die. 90%. Think about that. 90%. And they would die from, think about it, people on insulin, and like a lot of our medications actually come from China, right? Um, so we wouldn't have medications coming in anymore. So everybody on life-saving medicine would be dead. Anybody kidney dialysis, diabetes, you're dead. You're gone. Um, Not to mention all the people that would check out and take their own selves out, because of what was happening. There'd be a lot of that as well. Not to mention, from the crime, people breaking in homes and getting taken out that way, the chaos. Uh, Not to mention, if they considered you to be a dissident or a threat, they would take you out themselves. I believe that would be the first thing that happens, is they dispatch, hit teams to black bag and take people out, that they deem a threat, and imprison them without trial, or just end it for them. One of the two, or both, I don't know. Uh, Influencers, media personalities, all of that would not no more of that. The internet would also go down because they wouldn't want people being able to tip off or give warning or anything of that sort. And if you got grid down, internet down, and then the feds, dispatched everywhere going nuts on the population, and the population going nuts on itself, that is the perfect time, you know, for our enemies to attack. And remember the letter, they said that they would say that it was a cyber attack. So we might launch attacks on other nations just because we know we're vulnerable. We might preemptively strike other places to keep them from coming here first. You don't know what order, they're going to do it. And if they know that there is some sort of, if they're trying to get ahead of some sort of cataclysm, you know, everybody on the surface and shit like that, you're done for too. So all the people they used, like, the feds and National Guards and all that, they're done for the moment, an asteroid hits or nuclear bombs fall, they're all gone too. They just help for no reason. And not to mention, there are going to be probably pockets within our own government that are not going to go for this. That's what they're trying to do right now, is to see who's in and who's not. That's why they're going after governors and shit like that, and mayors and all of this. It's like whoever's in and whoever's not. They're getting all the people who won't go along with it out of there. That way they don't have to deal with them later on. And they're not able to organize and create some sort of civil war where there's, multiple factions fighting within, infighting. Over 1,200 service members participated throughout Texas. Da da da. Minimal physical impact given the area due to large area of operations. Increased aircraft. Think about that. And this was all to prepare them for overseas, but it happened right here. And you've seen all the states it happened in, you know. And even participants, will be wearing civilian attire and driving civilian vehicles. You see what I'm saying? This is, like I said, like I was watching a video of like Walmart the other day, and the dude had a Walmart uniform on, right? Walmart uniform. But then he came out, he had the turtle mask and the vest and shit on, right? So, he was in that store at one point in time as a Walmart employee. And then when they found the person they were going to sting, and take down, he went back in the break room or something, put his shit on, and came running out there. That way he could be identified on camera as that person. This is scary shit, just to keep it real. I'm not even lying, you know? Scary time right now to be alive, you know? Uh, it is, it truly is. People talk about how interesting it is. Oh, well, it's real interesting. you know? Real fucking interesting. Now, we're going to go to something else here. Yeah, here we go. So here's the list claims. There are claims among alternative and critical theory sources that the Federal Bureau of Investigation maintain a list of subversives for potential mass detentions, sometimes referenced in the context of garden plot or similar programs. For instance, one source notes, for example, 1967 to 1971, the FBI kept a list of over 100,000 persons to be rounded up as subversives, dubbed the ADEX list. Operation Garden Plot, the U.S. General Army National Guard response to major domestic civil disturbances within the United States. The plan was developed in response to civilian disorders of the 60s, now under control of the U.S. Northcom, and it provides federal military law enforcement assistance to local governments during times of major civil disturbances. Garden Plot was last activated as Noble Eagle to provide military assistance to civil authorities following September 11th attacks. 9/11. Remember, Trump's the 9/11 president, 45 and 47. He was also there for the Israel 70, in the 70 generations and 70, from Daniel, the book of Daniel. Just saying. The Pentagon, and remember too, it's now come out with all those jabs and shit with the graphene and all of this that they manipulation of messenger RNA and all of this. It was exactly what, if you belong to my Patreon or anything like that, you know what I've said about these things. And now it's all been proven. Everything I fucking busted out for everybody over the years has now come true, right? I look like a fucking genius. And it's not that I am. It's just that it was all out there for all of us to see. I wasn't the only one who thought this. All of you guys that watch me did too. Under Homeland Security restructuring has been suggested that similar models be followed. Oversight of the Homeland Security mission should be provided by the National Guard Bureau based on a longstanding Garden Plot model, in which National Guard units are trained and equipped to support civil authorities in crowd control and civil disturbance missions. According to the scholar, Rex 84 Alpha, also known as continuity of government, indicates FEMA in association with 34 other federal civil departments and agencies, along with other NATO nations, conducted a civil readiness exercise, and it was conducted in coordination simultaneously with a joint chief exercise, Night Train 84, a worldwide military command post exercise, including continental U.S. forces or CONUS, based on multi-emergency scenarios operating both abroad and at home. In combined exercises of Rex 84 Bravo, FEMA, and the DoD led other federal agencies and departments, including CIA, Secret Service, Treasury, FBI, Veterans, or VA, through a gaming exercise so to test military assistance in civil defense. The exercise anticipated civil disturbances, major demonstrations, and strikes that would affect continuity of government and or resource mobilization to fight subversive activities, and there was authorization for military to implement government-ordered movement of civilian populations at state and regional levels, the arrest of certain unidentified segments of the population, and the imposition of martial law. Existence of the Master Military Contingency Plan, Garden Plot, and a similar earlier exercise, Lantern Spike, were originally revealed by journalist Ron Redenauer, who summarized his findings in Garden Plot and the New Action Army. Rex 84 was mentioned during the Iran-Contra hearings of 1987 and subsequently reported in the Miami Herald on July 5th, 1987. Nonetheless, the facts about Rex 84 and other contingency planning readiness exercises and potential threats they pose to civil liberties and fully implemented in a real operation are taken seriously by scholars and civil libertarians. Exercises similar to Rex 84 happen regularly. Plans for roundups of large numbers of persons in the United States in times of crisis are constructed during periods of increased political repression, such as the Palmer raids in the McCarthy era. For example, from 1967 to 1971, the FBI kept a list of over 100,000 persons to be rounded up as subversive, dubbed the ADEX list. This list contained many labor leaders, scholars, and public figures of the time. In 2008, for the first time, an active military unit had been given a dedicated assignment stateside for civil unrest containment. It assigned to NORTHCOM Joint Command established in 2002 to provide command and control for federal homeland defense efforts and coordinate defense support of civil authorities. You know? 325,000 names on terrorism list. The National Counterterrorism Center maintains a central repository of 325,000 names of international terrorism suspects or people who allegedly aid them, a number that has more than quadrupled since the fall of 2003, according to counterterrorism officials. Now, I wonder how big the list is by now. The list kept by the National Counterterrorism Center, created in 2004 to be the primary U.S. terrorism intelligence agency, contains a far greater number of international terrorism suspects and associated names in a single government database than has previously been disclosed. Because the same person may appear under different spellings or aliases, the true number of people is estimated to be more than 200,000, according to NCTC officials. U.S. citizens make up, quote, only a very, very small fraction of that number, said an administration official who spoke on the condition of anonymity because of his agency's policies. The vast majority are non US persons and do not live in the US, he added. An NCTC official refused to say how many on the list, put together from reports supplied by the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and other agencies, are US citizens. Now, think about that. Think about that. And this is how you know it's legitimate. How do they know who to go after now with their ICE raids if they don't have a list? Cue the Jeopardy music. Right? The government has been trying to streamline what counterterrorism officials say are more than 26 terrorism related databases compiled by agencies throughout the intelligence and law enforcement communities. Names from the NCTC list are provided to the FBI's Terror Screening Center, which in turn provides names for watch lists maintained by the Transportation Security Administration and other agencies. Civil liberty advocates and privacy experts say that they were troubled by the size of the NCTC database, and they said it further heightens their concerns that such government terrorism lists include the names of large numbers of innocent people. Timothy Sparapani, legislative counsel for privacy rights at the American Civil Liberties Union, called the numbers shocking, but unfortunately not surprising. Quote, we have lists that are having baby lists at this point. They're spawning faster than rabbits. If we have over 300,000 known terrorists who want to do harm to this country, we've got a much bigger problem than deciding which names go on the list, but I highly doubt that is the case. Asked whether the names in the repository were collected through the NSA's Domestic Intelligence Intercept Program, and I'll tell you how this happens. The NCTC official said our database includes names of known and suspected international terrorists provided by all intelligence community organizations, including NSA. Now I want you to think of the Patriot Act and FISA and all of that, right? How they can surveil and put you on list and, all of this, right? Tap your phone, the whole nine, do anything they want to you, right? Under the Patriot Act. And that Trump had the Reauthorization Act of 2020, right? He called it the Freedom Act because he's a dumb motherfucker. And he wants you to fucking fall for it. It's a Freedom Act when they're actually taking away your freedom. Isn't that funny? The Reauthorization Act of 2020, right? But I digress, right? I mean, he's here. God clearly put Trump here, and he's clearly here to save America, right? The NCTC name repository began under its predecessor agency in 2003 with 75,000 names, and it continues to grow. And he's definitely not controlled opposition. The center was created as part of a broad reorganization of U.S. intelligence agencies after the failure to disrupt the 9/11 attacks. It is the main agency, and how can you disrupt the attacks if you do them? And, for analyzing and integrating terrorism intelligence and is under direction of Director National Intelligence of John D. Negroponte. Its central database is the hub of elaborate network of terrorism-related databases throughout the federal bureaucracy. Terrorism-related names and other data are sent to the NCTC under standards set by Homeland Security Presidential Directive 6, signed by Bush in 2003. Which he was another real winner, according to a senior official. The directive calls upon agencies to supply data only about people who are known or appropriately suspected to be engaged in conduct constituting in preparation for, in aid of, or related to terrorism. Quote, we work on the basis that information reported to us has been collected in accordance with those guidelines. Yay, yay. 325,000 names on a terror list. Analysts at the NCTC review all incoming names and can reject them if they do not have an apparent link to international terrorists. An official said that is not common, but it does happen. Yeah, they're not rejecting no names. An NCTC official said, citing as an example of a domestic or foreign drug dealer or member of a US based extremist group, when neither has any sign of international terrorist connections. The NCTC then sends a subset of the repository list to the FBI screening center, and each entry includes a reference to how the individual is associated with international terrorism. According to a June 2025 report by Justice Department Inspector General Glenn A. Fine, the terrorist or the reference is assigned one of 25 codes, such as member of foreign terrorist organization, hijacker, or has engaged in terrorism, according to the report. The report also notes that the codes are split into two categories: individuals who are considered armed and dangerous, and those who are not. Fines offices criticized the TSC for including nearly 32,000 records of people in the armed and dangerous category, but giving them the lowest handling code, which means that no report needs to be sent back to the FBI if they are encountered in the US by law enforcement officers. Boom. Let me read that again. It means that if they're encountered by law enforcement, the shit like you're never gonna know it. It's secret. BTSC consolidates NCTC data on individuals associated with foreign terrorism with the FBI's purely domestic terrorism data to create a unified unclassified terrorist watch list. The TSC in turn provides for official use only a version giving each person's name, country, date of birth, photo, and other data to the Transportation Security Agency for its no-fly list, the State Department for its visa program, the Department of Homeland Security for border crossings, and the National Crime Information Center for distributing to police. Shannon Moreno, spokeswoman for the FBI Screening Center, declined to answer detailed questions about the center's work, including how many names are on its list, how many U.S. citizens are included, and whether the FBI database includes names linked to the NSA program. Fine's office reported last year that the FBI database contained more than 270,000 names, including a large number of people associated with domestic terrorist movements such as radical environmentalists and neo-Nazi white supremacists. And just as a matter of fact, 3 weeks ago, the FBI sent the Cincinnati police to question me. So I'm probably on the list. If being placed on a list means in practice that you will be denied a visa, barred entry, put on the no-fly list, targeted for pretextual prosecutions, etc., then the sweep of the list and the apparent absence of any way to clear oneself certainly raises problems, said David D. Cole, a Georgetown University law professor who has been sharply critical of Bush administration's anti-terrorism policies. The growth of terror-related data networks within the U.S. intelligence community has greatly accelerated since 9/11, before Al-Qaeda and the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. There were databases containing terrorist identities as the CIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, and FBI. State Department. In addition, there were 13 independent watch lists, but the list or databases were not interoperable. Currently, according to an NCTC official, there are 26 classified data networks carrying terrorism material. In a December 2005 interview, Federal News Radio, Red said his agency is, quote, is really the only place in government and certainly in the intelligence community where all counterterrorism intelligence comes together. He said that analysis of terrorism issues from all 15 intelligence agencies come into the NCTC, which puts them on its website. What that means, Red said, and I did a FOIA on myself from the FBI and they denied to send me my shit. I'll put in the comments if you want to do yourself too, how you can do it. And about 5,000 analysts around the counter-terrorist intelligence community can pull up the website and see what every other agency has, well, assuming that they have the clearances. One seemingly unsolvable problem is, what do you do when someone is wrongly put on this watch list? If there are that many people on the watch list, a lot of them probably shouldn't be there, but how are they ever going to get off? They're not. They're not, guys. That moral of the story, they're not. You know, they're not. They're not going anywhere. So now let's go to Comet Atlas, and then we'll go to Blue Beam and some other shit, and we'll make. Well, let's do these. Should we do these prophecies first? No, let's look at Atlas first. Then we'll do the prophecies. So these are the latest plots of Atlas. So just kind of show you here. You can see I said this at the beginning of the show, that you can see it's zipping right through, that sweet spot, where there, used to be another planet, right? The asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. So very interesting, and coming up from behind the sun as well, which also is very interesting. Anybody familiar with like the Planet X, Nibiru, Wormwood, Destroyer type of scenarios, right? End time scenarios. You know, it's always been thought that it comes from behind the sun, and that's why we aren't able, we don't see it till the last second. I'm not saying that this thing is going to hit us by any means. That's not what I'm saying. I don't believe it's going to. Matter of fact, I think this thing is probably a craft, is what it actually is. Which, that's why I want to get into Blue Beam, because it has these alloys and stuff that appear to be artificial or man-made. But you can see here's another version of it right here. 3i Atlas trajectory, the orbits. All right, let me go to the top here, and you can see the images of this thing. Pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. And it looks like a comet. It really does. In some of these images, but there's some that it does not. So, see where it's coming from behind the sun. There was just far side CMEs today, so it's having interactions with the sun. You can see it. So, having interactions, guys. Right here it is. The object known as 3i Atlas, where 3i indicates the third confirmed interstellar object coming from outside our solar system following Oumuamua and Borisov, which I already said earlier, also carries a common designation of C 2025 N1, reflecting that It exhibits comet-like behavior, coma or a tail under solar heating. Its discovery was first announced July 1st, 2025 by the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System Survey Telescope. Because its trajectory is hyperbolic, 3i Atlas is not gravitationally tied to the sun and will eventually leave the solar system, never to return. It's projected to reach perihelion October 30th, 2025, at a distance of 1.4 AU. Its closest approach to Earth is expected on December 19th, 2025, and that's, right at the winter solstice, right? That winter solstice is important too, by the way. The motion speed observations indicate the object is moving at a relatively high velocity for a comet. Some sources cite speeds in the order of 60 kilometers a second relative to the sun. And you see scientists spot the mystery object believed to come from beyond the solar system. Astronomers have discovered the new interstellar object named 3i Atlas, initially detected by Atlas on June 14th, traveling at 16 kilometers a second in direction of the constellation Sagittarius. And I meant to look it up, but there's one in the Bible, and it talks about coming from the direction of Sagittarius too. So it also fits some prophetical things as well. The size and appearance is estimated size vary and are tricky because much of what we see is surrounding coma. Some estimates put the coma and surrounding envelope as large as uh, 15 miles in diameter. That is fucking huge. Right? 3i Atlas. Uh, Other reports, 7 miles as a nucleus estimate, which, even if approximate, would make it larger than prior interstellar objects. That's just huge. 7 to 15 miles, right? Like, this thing would fucking devastate us if it hit. It approaches the sun. 3i Atlas is becoming more active, developing gas, dust coma, tail. Recent images reveal a jet-like structure pointing towards the sun. It literally flipped around, guys. A plume of material blasting off from the region of the nucleus under solar heating. Right? The jet emerged literally. Gemini South captures a growing tail. All right. And one impressive images sequence combined 159 exposures to bring out the nucleus's dark central region surrounding the glow and dust features. And I showed you earlier the image of that thing. It just looks wild, dude. It does. It looks crazy. Surprising detection, nickel vapor has been observed in the coma, which is unusual since metals generally don't vaporize at the low temperatures typical of cometary comas far from the sun. And it is wrapped in carbon dioxide fog, NASA reveals. Infrared observations by NASA's SPHERE-X mission detected carbon dioxide, CO2. Noted as the apparent lack of carbon monoxide suggests 3i Atlas may have been thermally processed, example, baked or heated, before being ejected from its home system. The behavior is somewhat normal for comets in that volatile ices subliminate under sunlight, but the presence of metallic vapor, nickel, raises interesting questions. The color observations note that 3i Atlas exhibits a greenish glow in some filters, which is not uncommon to comets, but still interesting to note. It also described as reddened invisible wavelengths consistent with dust-laden comets, and that's the interesting part to me, right? Is the fact that it's red. That's weird, because we know that the destroyer is red. It's described as red, right? And it's also described as changing in shape and all types of shit, right? So that's what makes this really interesting to me. So, is that as it approaches, it appears to like morph and change in shape, and this thing is literally flipped around, and it's looks green 1 minute, now and then it's red, and like it's coming from behind the sun. It's an interstellar object. The orbit's hyperbolic. It might even be a fucking craft. It's pretty wild. It is. It's wild to say the least. And I wasn't a believer when I first heard about it. I was not. I thought, it's just a comet, nothing special. But as it's gotten closer and things have now been confirmed, yeah, I'm like, okay, something's wild about this one. I don't know what it is, but maybe it's an indicator, of things to come, or like a lot of people believed Comet Elenin was, right? Or Haley Bopp, you know, that whenever we've had cults literally take themselves out when Haley Bopp came, and then a lot of people believe that Elenin was tied to Nibiru, and we'll get into these prophecies in just a moment and just kind of show where all this kind of comes together here, where we've got I mentioned the King Cyrus, the womb to the head, the 70 generations of Israel, all of it, man. Um, you know, how all of this kind of coincides, and then you have, this object, along with what appears to be this impending economic collapse, and possible fucking roundup of citizens. We're on the verge of global conflicts. It's like, whoa, all of this appears to be too close for comfort, right? It's all kind of hitting home here. It's like, are we at the final run? And a lot of people have also given dates about Hebrew calendars and the rising of Regulus in the sky during 2026 being the return of Christ. I mean, there's a lot of shit, guys. Right? That's not even throwing in the September 23rd, 2017 alignment of the Revelations 12 sign, the woman and the dragon. It's not even throwing in the great conjunction, Saturn Jupiter conjunction, right? December 21st, 2020, or Apophis, March 21st, 2021, and it coming back in 2029, and all of this. Like, there's a lot of shit, and it's all starting to kind of add up. So, James Webb observed Atlas on August 6, 2025. And why it's exciting, it's a true interstellar sample, the chemical composition, comparison to other interstellar visitors, the tail geometry, right? So this is just giving all the shit here. So that's good enough on this. Now let's move on here. Let's move over to, I'm going to go to the Hopi prophecy first. This is interesting. This is very interesting because the you think about what all of this kind of signifies, because there's a blue and a red kachina, and if it's greenish in color, but now it's looking red, just saying. So the Hopi prophecies of the blue and red kachina. The following is an excerpt from Last Cry Native American Prophecies. Okay. The story of the blue kachina is a very old story, very old. I have been aware of the story of the blue kachina since I was very young. I was told this story by grandfathers who are now between 80 and 108 years of age. Frank Waters also wrote about Sasquatch, the blue star kachina, in the Book of the Hopi. The story came from the grandfather Dan, the oldest Hopi. It was told to me that first the blue kachina would start to be seen at the dances. and would make his appearances known to the children in the plaza during the night dance. This event would tell us that the end times are very near. Then the blue star Katrina would physically appear in our heavens, which would mean that we were in the end times. In the final days, we will look up in our heavens and we will witness the return of the two brothers who helped create this world in the birthing time. Paginhoya, the guardian of our North Pole, and his brother Palingahoya, who is the guardian of the South Pole. In the final days, the blue star Katina will come to be with his nephews, and they will return the earth to its natural rotation, which is counterclockwise. The fact is evidenced in many petroglyphs that speak of the zodiac and within the Mayan and Egyptian pyramids. The rotation of the earth has been manipulated by not so benevolent star beings. The twins will be seen in our northwestern skies. They will come and visit to see who still remembered the original teachings, flying in their pativotas, or flying shields. They will bring many of their star family with them in the final days. The return of the blue star Kachina, who is also known as Nangasohu, will be the alarm clock that tells us of the new day and new way of life, a new world that is coming. This is where the changes will begin. They will start as fires that burn within us, and we will burn up with desires and conflict if we do not remember the original teachings and return to the peaceful way of life. Not far behind the twins will come the purifier, the red Kachina, who will bring the day of purification. On this day, the earth, her creatures, and all life as we know it will change forever. There will be messages that will precede this coming of the purifier. They will leave messages to those on earth who remember the old ways. The messages will be found written in the living stone, through the sacred grains, and even the waters. From the purifier will issue forth a great red light. All things will change in their manner of being. Every living thing will be offered the opportunity to change, from the largest to the smallest thing. Those who return to the ways given to us in the original teachings and live a natural way of life will not be touched by the coming of the purifier. They will survive and build the new world. Only in the ancient teachings will the ability to understand the messages be found. It is important to understand that these messages will be found upon every living thing, even within our bodies, even within a drop of our blood. All life forms will receive the messages from the twins. Those that fly, the plants, even the rabbit. The appearance of the twins begins a period of 7 years, will be our final opportunity to change our ways. Everything we experience is all a matter of choice. Many will appear to have lost their souls in the final days. So intense will the nature of the changes be that those who are weak in spiritual awareness will go insane. For we are nothing without spirit. They will disappear, for they are just hollow vessels for anything to use. Life will be so bad in the cities that many will choose to leave this plane, some in whole groups. Only those who return to the values of the old ways will be able to find peace of mind. For in the earth we shall find relief from the madness that will be all around us. It will be a very hard time for women with children, for they will be shunned. And many of the children in these times will be unnatural. Some beings from the stars, some from past worlds, some will even be created by man in an unnatural manner and will be soulless, sorry. Many of people in this time will be empty in spirit. They will have sampaku, no life force in their eyes. As we get, and I want you to think about the black eyed children and shit from the people that got poked. As we get close to the time of the arrival of the purifier, there will be those who walk as ghosts through the cities. Through canyons they will have constructed in their man made mountains. Those that live through these places will be very heavy in their walk. It will appear almost painful as they take each step, for they will be disconnected from their spirit and the earth. And this is the people in the deep underground military bases, is what they're talking about. They're man made mountains, right? In caves. And remember, the Bible says that they will call on the rocks and mountains to fall on them and hide them from the face of the Lord and from the Lamb who sits on the throne. After the arrival of the twins, they will begin to vanish before your eyes like so much smoke. Others will have great deformities, both in the mind and upon their bodies. There will be those who would walk in the body that are not from this reality. For many of the gateways that once protected us will be opened. There will be much confusion between the sexes and children and their elders. Life will get very perverted, and there will be little social order. In these times, many will ask for the mountains themselves to fall upon them just to end their misery. Still others will appear as if untouched by what is occurring. The ones who remember the original teachings and have reconnected their hearts and spirit. Those who remember who their mother and father is. The Pahana, who have left to live in the mountains and forest. When the purifier comes, we will see him first as a small red star, which will come very close and sit in our heavens, watching us to see how well we have remembered the sacred teachings. Interesting, right? This small red star that will come to watch us and sit in the heavens, right? Very interesting. Just saying. This purifier will show man many miraculous signs in our heavens. In this way, we will know that Creator is not a dream. Even those who do not feel their connection to Spirit will see the face of Creator across the sky. Things unseen will be felt very strongly. And I'm just saying, the miraculous signs, like the comet flipping around and all kinds of shit. I'm just saying, dude, it is kind of strange, just a little bit. Many things will begin to occur that will not make sense, for reality will be shifting back in and out of the dream state. There will be many doorways to the lower world that will open at this time. Things long forgotten will come back to remind us of our past creations. All living things will want to be present for this day when time ends and we enter the forever cycle of the fifth world. Now, I just want to kind of put this out there. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Tracy Twyman. She did a book. It's called Clock Shavings. Right, you guys can check it out if you want. You gotta buy it. I don't have a free version for you, or I'd hook you up. It's expensive as fuck too. It's like $100 or some shit for a copy. Um, but I'm sure there's digital copies out there too. She's dead now. Many people, she hung herself. Many people believe she was suicided, but that's another story. She was an occultist, an occultist researcher. She wrote a million books. She was incredibly intelligent, and she did seances with Baphomet, right? among others. She also talked to the, Cain and the black sun and all of this. And the black sun basically is Rupus Negra. If you guys have ever heard of that, it's allegedly the center of the hollow earth type shit. And the opening to Sheol or the underworld. And that's where all the fallen angels were put in prison. And they're in prison there still to this day, inside the earth, under the earth, in Sheol. And that's where it's at. And that it's a realm of darkness, and that the black sun is what gives light, right? And it's like this strong magnetic force or some shit, right? And that when this happens, that there will be, and through CERN, that they influence humanity through our consciousness and dreams and channeled messages and seance and all of this, right? Demonic possession and oppression, right? And remember, the Bible and the book of Enoch, it all talks about them being cursed into darkness with the rocks covering their face. So think about that. And the ancients thought that the gods lived in caves and all this as well, right? Shambhala and shit, the entrance to the underworld. You guys may remember some of this. I've talked about a lot of it over the years. But essentially, they were put in a prison down there. This like the Nephilim and all of this, and the demons walk the earth, which are the children of these guys, and that somehow or another, I don't know if it's like a crack in the firmament or what ends up happening, but through CERN or the arrival of this object, and the coming of the Antichrist, that when he is killed, essentially, he comes back to life, right? And when he does, he's inhabited by Baphomet, by Abaddon, right? Abaddon, the king of the bottomless pit, the abyss. And that when that happens, it connects like the lower world, the underworld, Sheol, with the physical world. And that time stops, right? That all points connect, that the heavens, the earth, and the underworld all connect. They converge like a singularity, basically. And when this singularity takes place, there's no more time. The sun goes dark and all of that, right? And how the Bible, and all these people like Demon Chaser and all this shit, whatever his name is, Demon Eraser. I like a lot of what he does, but he's just not right on this being the little season and shit. Of Satan. It's just not true. It's not true. The whole world, the whole world would already know it. They try to put that forth that theory. I'm sorry, guys, that's just false. Just like the Schofield Study Bible and all that shit, like the rapture, all that's false too. Just to be real, so it's all false as well. Hopefully, we're still streaming here. All right, yeah, we're still going. I want to make sure. I think Facebook kicked me off. Yeah, I think Facebook kicked me off. But those that basically when we're talking about what is this connection between the worlds, that's what happens. Is like all planes converge together, and when this takes place, this actually takes place. That's what allows time to stop, and then we are all basically, you know how it talks about we'll seek death and not be able to find it? Well, that's why, right? Because there's no more time, there's no more death, there's no more none of that. Now, to get back to this, we will receive many warnings allowing us to change our ways from below the earth as well as above. Then one morning in a moment, we will awaken to the red dawn. The sky will be the color of blood. Many things will then begin to happen that right now we are not sure of their exact nature. For much of reality will not be as it is now. There will be many strange beasts upon the earth in those days, some from the past and some that we have never seen. The nature of mankind will appear strange in those times, and we will walk between worlds, and we will house many spirits even within our bodies. After a time, we will again walk with our brothers from the stars and rebuild this earth, but not until the purifier has left his mark upon the universe. Let me just tell you something, too. You may not think that you have spirits in you, but one of the things that I recently just went through, my own self, and I can't speak for everybody, but uh, I had a severe demonic oppression, severe, like, and multiple entities were residing within me through the practice of the occult. The occult opens doors, and we don't even know it, until you're trying to get them out. And I was like, when I was when I was getting these things out, I was like vomiting and everything accompanied with it. I don't know. It was crazy. So I'm just telling you, a lot of the occult text and all of that, be careful is all I'm saying. Because you feel like you're one being and one person, but you're not. No thing, there's more, there can be multiple entities inside you, and you think they're just different facets of your personality. No thing living will go in their attachments. Anything you're attached to is a demonic energy. And whether it's drugs, alcohol, sex, whatever, you know, you're worshiping that. So politics, these people are demonically possessed. These influencers and shit, these people in the government, they're full of demons, full of them, and I can tell. And and anytime you're like trying to get self worship and all of that, it's extremely demonic. Also, no thing living will go untouched here or in the heavens. The way through this time, it is said, is to be found in our hearts and reuniting with our spiritual self, getting simple and returning to living with and upon the earth and in harmony with her creatures, remembering that we are the caretakers, the fire keepers of the spirit. Our relatives from the stars are coming home to see how well we have fared in our journey. Now, I've got one more in here too. And it kind of gives like uh, different signs right here. So here we go. This is another one of the Holy Prophecy, but the red and blue star Kachina, I think it's just fucking one of the most profound prophecies ever. And it's like spot on, and I just want you to think about the things that are taking place now. The end of all Hopi ceremonialism will come when a Kachina removes his mask during the dance in the plaza before the uninitiated children, the public. For a while, there will be no more ceremonies, no more faith. The Arabi will be rejuvenated with its faith and ceremonies, marking the start of a new cycle of Hopi life. World War III will be started by those peoples who first revealed the light, the divine wisdom, or intelligence in other old countries. So They put India, China, Islamic nations in Africa. I don't agree. I think they're talking about Israel. I think they're talking about Israel. They're talking about the Hebrews. United States will be destroyed, land and people, by atomic bombs and radioactivity. Only the Hopis and their homeland will be preserved as an oasis to which refugees will flee. Bomb shelters are a fallacy. It is only materialistic people who seek to make shelters. Those who are at peace in their hearts already are in the great shelter of life. There is no shelter for evil. Those who take no part in the making of world division by ideology are ready to resume life in another world, be they black, white, red, yellow race. They are all one brothers. And like I was saying at the beginning, think about that. These people that are calling for fucking, you know, people to be deported and their families ripped apart, and uh, and then the people that are calling for these welfare bums to be cut off and all of this and starve. Like that's evil, dude. That's demonic as fuck. That's evil. And it's like I don't see how people can't see that. And then the people that are saying these liberals and leftists aren't human, they're all fucking blue haired degenerates. That is evil. you know? It's like, just think of that. I don't care. Like, people with the politics, dude, they're in deep shit. They're in deep, deep shit, you know? Because they are sowing division, period. And it's not, I'm not a leftist or a liberal for the fucktards that want to say that kind of shit because I disagree with what's going on right now. Sorry. I don't care which side is doing it. I believe in the Constitution for one thing, and Trump is violating the fuck out of it. So once you start doing that shit, I'm no longer on your side, bro. You know? Sorry. Once you start trying to collapse the nation, I'm no longer on your side, bro. Once you start going after innocent people and creating hunger and, fucking snatching people off the streets, I'm no longer on your side. That's evil. It's demonic. I'm on God's side, period. That's it. Team Jesus. That's it. It's the only team I'm on. The war will be a spiritual conflict with material matters. Material matters will be destroyed by spiritual beings who will remain to create one world and one nation under one power, that of the Creator. Like I just said, I'm on Team Jesus, bruh. That time is not far off. It will come when the Sasquatch, the blue star, dances in the plaza and removes his mask. He represents a blue star far off and yet invisible, which will make its appearance soon. The time is foretold by a song sung during the Wawuchim ceremony. It was sung in 1914, just before World War One, and again in 1940, before World War Two, describing the disunity, corruption, and hatred contaminating Hopi rituals, which were followed by the same evils spreading over the world. The same song was sung in 1961 during the Wawuchin ceremony. The emergence to the future fifth world has begun. It is being made by the humble people of little nations, tribes, and racial minorities. You can read this in the earth itself. Plant forms from previous worlds are beginning to spring up as seeds, as described. Effects are coming. The start of a new study of body. I don't care about that. They comprise the 9 most important prophecies of the Hopis connected with creation of the 9 worlds. 3 previous worlds in which we live, the present 4th world, the 3 future worlds we have yet to experience, and the world of Taiwa, the creator, and his nephew, Sotuknam. The Hopi and others who were saved from the Great Flood made a sacred covenant with the Great Spirit, never to turn away from him. He made a set of sacred stone tablets called timpani. into which he breathed his teachings, prophecies, and warnings before the Great Spirit hid himself again. He placed before the leaders of the four different race groups four different colors and sizes of corn. Each was to choose which would be their food in this world. The Hopi waited until last and picked the smallest ear of corn. At this, the Great Spirit said, "It is well done. You have obtained the real corn. For all the others are imitations in which are hidden seeds of different plants. You have shown me your intelligence. For this reason, I will place in your hands these sacred stone tablets, timpani, symbol of power and authority over all land and all life to guard, protect, and hold in trust for me until I shall return to you in a later day. For I am the first and I am the last." The great chieftain of the Bow clan led the faithful ones to the new land, but he fell into evil ways. His two sons scolded him for his mistake. After he died, they assumed the responsibilities of leadership. Each brother was given a set of timpani, and both were instructed to carry them to a place which the Great Spirit directed them. The elder brother of the shining light was told to go immediately to the east, toward the rising sun. Upon reaching his destination, to start back immediately to look for his younger brother who remained on Turtle Island in the continental United States of America. Which they also believe the world is on the back of a turtle, just to let you know, right? There's many beliefs on that. And these two brothers could also be representative of Enki and Enlil. I believe they are, actually. So his mission was to help his younger brother to bring about the purification day, at which time all evildoers will be punished or destroyed, after which real peace, brotherhood, and everlasting life would be established. The elder brother would restore all land to his younger brother, from whom the evil one, the white man, had taken it. The elder brother of the shining light also would come to look for the timpani tablets and fulfill the mission given him by Great Spirit. The younger brother was instructed to travel throughout the land and mark his footsteps as he went about. Both brothers were told that a great white star would appear in the sky. When that happened, all people would know that the elder brother had reached his destination. Thereupon, all people were to settle wherever they happened to be at that time and remain until the elder brother returned. Think about that. That great white star, that's the star of Bethlehem. And the brother that's returning is Christ. I mean, I just, like think about it. They really are very similar to a lot of this stuff. It's crazy how every religion in the world, are telling the same stories, different versions. The Hopi settled in the area known as the Four Corners. Da, da, da. They were told after a time white men would come and take their land and try to lead the Hopi into evil ways. It is said that after many years, the elder brother might change the color of his skin, but his hair will remain black. He will have the ability to write, and he will be the only person able to read the timpani. When he returns, yeah, so he's like the great white brother, basically, right? Um, when he returns to find his younger brother, the timpani will be placed by side to show all the world that they are true brothers. Then great judgments will take place, for the elder will help the younger brother to obtain real justice for all Indians who have been cruelly mistreated. Jesus, pretty racist article. Transformed elder brother, the true white brother, will wear a red cloak or a red cap. What? What? He'll wear a red cap? Anybody know about a red cap? Does anybody know about a red cap? And I just seen the other day too, man. It kind of ticked me off. Somebody was stealing my thunder on the red horse, right? That comes to take peace from the earth, right? And I was talking about Trump and the red hats, and they repeated it, but they didn't give me credit for it. Um, It is said if he comes from the east, the destruction will not be so bad. But if he comes from the west, do not get up on your housetops to see, because he will have no mercy. And he appears to have come from the west. And think about, they're stopping the food stamps and all this, right? November. And remember, it says, pray that your flight not take place in the winter, right? And here we are going into the winter and all this shit's happening. I'm just saying, dude, one prophecy after another. The true white brother will bring with him two great, intelligent, and powerful helpers, of whom will have a sign of a swastika, a masculine symbol of purity, and the sign of the sun. The second great helper will have the sign of a Celtic cross with red lines representing female lifeblood between the arms of the cross. So a swastika and a cross. Right? Very interesting. Very interesting, especially the comparisons to Hitler and then the Christian following, like, ooh, and then the red cap. Ooh, boy. Coming from the West. Very interesting, is it not? When the great purification is near, these helpers will shake the earth first for a short time in preparation. After they shake the earth 2 times more, they will be joined by the true white brother, who will become one with them and bring the purification day to the world. All three will help the younger brother, the Hopi, and the other pure hearted people to make a better world in the prophecies. The two helpers are designated by the Hopi word for population, as if they were large groups of people. What? So the brothers' population, right? Groups of people. Red hats, the cross, the swastika, what? The Hopi were warned that if these three great beings failed, terrible evil would befall the world and great numbers of people would be killed. However, it was said that they would succeed if enough Hopi remained true to the ancient spirit of their people. The true white brother and his helpers will show the people a great new life plan that will lead to everlasting life. The earth will become new and beautiful again, with an abundance of life and food. Those who are saved will share everything equally. All races will intermarry and speak one tongue and be a family. Hopi prophecy states that World War III will be started by the people who first received the light: China, Palestine, India, and Africa. When the war comes, the United States will be destroyed by gourds of ashes, which will fall to the ground, boiling the rivers and burning the earth, where no grass will grow for many years, and causing a disease that no medicine can cure. Sounds like radiation. This can only mean nuclear or atomic bombs. No other weapon causes such effects. Bomb shelters will be useless. Those who are at peace in their hearts already are in the great shelter of life. There is no shelter for evil. When the Saskahoo blue star Kachina dances in the plaza, removes his mask, a time of great trial will be here. The Hopi believed that only they will be saved. The Hopi prophesied that Turtle Island could turn over 2 or 3 times, and the oceans could join hands and meet the sky. Damn, bro. So, and I just want to tell you, like this, I know I have ideas of what all this means. I'm saying this is like, so they seem to be a prophecy of a pole shift, a flipping of the planet on its axis. The Hopi call this imminent condition that of society today, Koyan Ikatsu, which means world out of balance or state of life that calls for another way. So, when they talk about the turtle flipping, like I said, they believe that the world sits on the back of a turtle. There's more than one believe that too. Weird, but they do. And remember, the Bible says that islands and mountains will be removed from their place and the sky will roll back like a scroll, right? So the Bible confirms these things as well. Um, and this is another thing. So it says when the turtle could turn over 2 or 3 times, and that the oceans could join hands and meet the sky. Remember, in the Gnostic text, right? A reality of the rulers or hypothesis of the archons. It says that the waters above the firmament and the waters below. So when the waters join hands, it's what I said, right? Where with the Rupus Negra thing, right? And the hollow earth and shit. Which, I did a video on Operation High Jump and all that. If you guys want to see that, like you can see, all that. But it's the coming together of all of the dimensions, right? The heavens above, the earth, the physical plane, as well as Sheol, right? The world below. So when those waters come together, right, it's the end of time. The Hopi prophecy was first published. uh, okay, so my people await the Pahana, the lost white brother from the stars. And also remember, he says that that brother would join the other ones or whatever. So it's like kind of like an antichrist type of thing as well, right? Like getting killed and then being inhabited by a star being. Like I said, also, like with the Tracy Twyman and all that shit. So he will bring with him symbols, the missing piece of that sacred tablet now kept by the elders, given to him when he left, and he shall identify him as our true white brother. The fourth world shall end soon, and the fifth will begin. The elders everywhere know the signs over many years have been fulfilled, and few are left. This is the first sign. We are told of the coming of the white skinned man, like Pahana, but not living like Pahana, men who took the land that was not theirs, and men who struck their enemies with thunder. Hmm, interesting. So I feel like that's like the fallen angels, dude. Because they were also known as like blonde haired, blue eyed, white giants, right? And they took everything from humans, the land that wasn't theirs, and thunder, right? They used thunderbolts and shit. So just saying. The second sign, our lands will see the coming and spinning of the wheels filled with voices. In his youth, my father saw his prophecy come true. The white men bringing their families and wagons across the prairies. I don't know if that's so true, but okay. I think that's also probably got to do with the zodiac, right? But what do I know? This is the third sign. A strange beast like a white buffalo with great long horns will overrun the land in large numbers. The white feather saw with his eyes the coming of the white man's cattle. This is the fourth sign. The land will be crossed by snakes of iron. Snakes of iron. Is that railroad tracks? Or, does iron relate to Saturn and this means like serpents, like demons, devils, you know? Yeah, I always look at everything from an esoteric point of view too. So this is the fifth sign. The land shall be crisscrossed by a giant spider's web, which is the internet. This is the sixth sign. The land shall be crisscrossed with rivers of stone that make pictures in the sun. Eh? Rivers of stone. I mean, it sounds like roads, but that make pictures in the sun. This is the seventh sign. You will hear the sea turning black and many living things dying in it. The eighth sign. You will see many youth who wear their hair long like my people come and join tribal nations and learn their ways and wisdom. The ninth and last sign. You'll hear of a dwelling place in the heavens above the earth that shall fall with a great crash. It will appear as a blue star. Very soon after this, the ceremonies of my people will cease. These are the signs that great destruction is coming. The world shall rock to and fro. The white men will battle against other people and other lands with those who possess the first light of wisdom. There will be many columns of smoke and fire, such as White Feather has seen and the white man make in the desert not far from here. Only those which come will cause disease and a great dying. Many of my people, understanding the prophecy, shall be saved. Those who stay and live in the places of my people also shall be saved. Then there will be much to rebuild, and soon, very soon afterward, Pahana will return. He shall bring with him the dawn of the fifth world. He shall plant the seeds of his wisdom in their hearts. Even now the seeds are being planted. These shall smooth the way to the emergence into the fifth world. The white feather shall not see it. I am old and dying. You perhaps will see it in time. Okay. We're going to move to something else here. Now, I'm going to go to the dark days of the Cobra now. Just, I'm still streaming here. But like fucking, I don't know why Facebook isn't working right. Anyways, but let's go. All right. All right. So, okay. Uh, fuck. That's not what I want to hear. Hold on, guys. Get over here. There it is. Yeah, I knew I had that bitch. And with the Cobra, there is the Destroyer, and then there's the Dark Days. So I don't know if I should include the Destroyer in this one too. It's really short, just for those who haven't heard it, but they can hear how similar. It is the Red Kachina for a fact. You'll hear, and then it's Wormwood as well. We'll get into all that. Okay. Jesus. And and this is considered a pseudographical text or whatever, right? But it's fucking one of the better books, guys. I'm keeping it real, especially the chapters on the Destroyer. Okay. Getting close. Sorry, guys. And, just kind of thinking too, it's like, how can all of them be wrong? You know what I'm saying? How can all of them be wrong? Everything like saying the same exact shit. How can they all be wrong? how can you have the coincidences too of like the government fucking looking like they're about to collapse, they're setting up shop for something, right? You have all of the craziness around the world, looking like we're on the verge of some major conflicts, right? There is so much of the prophetical, especially biblically, that's been fulfilled and being fulfilled in this moment. The peace treaty, the fucking 70 years of Israel and 70 generations of fucking Daniel, and like all of this, the King Cyrus shit, him taking the wound to the head, like the red hats, like just, I mean, one after another, and then you have the weird fucking hyperbolic interstellar three-eye atlas, and it just so happens to be third eye, right? Like shit's like the name of it. It's so crazy, dude. It's like you can't make it all up. The thing's flipping around and it's like, what the fuck, dude? All right. So men forget the days of the destroyer. Only the wise know where it went and that it will return in its appointed hour. It raged across the heavens in the days of wrath, and this was its likeness. It was a billowing cloud of smoke and wrapped in a ruddy glow, not distinguishable in joint or limb. Its mouth was an abyss from which came flames, smoke, and hot cinders. When ages pass, certain laws operate upon the stars and the heavens. Their ways change. There is movement and restlessness. They are no longer constant, and a great light appears redly in the skies. When blood drips upon the earth, the destroyer will appear, and mountains will open up and belch forth fire and ashes. Trees will be destroyed, and all living things engulfed. Waters will be swallowed up by the land, seas will boil, the heavens will burn brightly and redly. There will be a copper hue over the face of the land, followed by a day of darkness. A new moon will appear and break up and fall. The people will scatter in madness. They will hear the trumpet and battle cry of the destroyer and will seek refuge in the den of the earth. Terror will eat away their hearts, and their courage will flow from them like water from a broken pitcher. They will be eaten up in the flames of wrath and consumed by the breath of the destroyer. Thus in the days of heavenly wrath which have gone, and thus it will be in the days of doom when it comes again. And see, and this is like the whole Satan's little season thing. Nah, bitch boy, those were the days of wrath. See what I'm saying? It's like everybody's like, oh, the mud flood and the 1600s and, nah, bro. That wasn't, there wouldn't be no earth if revelations happened then. It's like people who talk that Satan's little season shit. And it's like, oh, because all the catacombs and da 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 da. No, that's just one of the resets. That's resets happen over and over, dude. That wasn't the return of Christ. They try to say, yeah, Christ returned. He did come back for a couple of days, right? Like, but when he comes back for real, he comes back with a multitude. That means heaven's armies are with him, right? So people saying it's Satan's little season, you need to wake the fuck up. It's not true. That's wishful thinking. You ain't getting past this, bro. Sorry. You're going to have to deal with it. It is what it is, you know? Just like you're not getting raptured up out into the sky and sucked away from all this. That's from the Schofield Study Bible, right? That's not doctrine at all. That's that Zionist fuck shit, you know? And Satan's little season is just a deception too. So both of them are a deception. Thus in the days of heavenly wrath which have gone, and thus it will be in the days of doom when it comes again. The times of its coming and going are known unto the wise. These are the signs and times which shall precede the destroyer's return. 110 generations shall pass into the west, and nations will rise and fall, which we're about to fall. Men will fly in the air as birds and swim in the seas as fishes. Men will talk peace with one another. Hypocrisy and deceit shall have their day. It's definitely today. Women will be as men, and men as women. Passion will be a plaything of man. A nation of soothsayers shall rise and fall, and their tongue shall be the speech learned. And think about it. All of our modern day prophets and preachers, pastors, and teachers, that's what they are. They're fucking soothsayers, right? They're false prophets. Many false prophets will arise in the last days, bro. And that's what's happened. They're all Zionist shills, you know, calling themselves prophets and all of this. It's like, yeah, okay. If you're calling yourself a prophet, you're definitely not a prophet. You know, sorry. Sorry. If you're supporting a political party, you're definitely not of God. Sorry. You know, sorry. Hate to tell you. Hate to hit you with that announcement. Just like all these people that are calling for fucking the poor bums on food stamps to be starved, or the illegals to get thrown out of the country and all that. Like, dude, it's evil. It's demonic. Sorry. Women will be as men, women as men as women. Passion will be a plaything. A nation of soothsayers will rise and fall, and their tongue will be a speech learned. A nation of lawgivers shall rule the earth and pass away into nothingness. One worship will pass into the four quarters of the earth, talking peace and bringing war. A nation of the seas will be greater than any other, but will be as an apple, rotten at the core, and will not endure. A nation of traitors will destroy men with wonders, and it shall have its day. Then shall the high strive with the low, the north with the south, the east with the west, the light with the darkness. Men shall be divided by their races, and the children will be born as strangers among them. Brother shall strive with brother, and husband with wife. Father will no longer instruct their sons, and their sons will be wayward. Women will become the common property of men, and will no longer be held in regard and respect. Then men will be ill at ease in their hearts. They will seek that they know not what, and uncertainty and doubt will trouble them. Fuck. Lost my spot. Sorry. Damn it. I think I went too far. Yeah, I did. Jesus, dude. Okay. Oh, Lord. Maybe I'll find it. Okay. Should be right here somewhere. Damn it. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Not sure here. Lost my spot, guys. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Hopefully I can find it real fast. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I think I went the wrong way. Yeah. Well, and want people to see the dark days too. That's what I want people to see. There it is. Sorry. Men will be ill at ease in their hearts. They will know not what, and uncertainty and doubt will trouble them. They will possess great riches, but be poor in spirit. Then the heavens will tremble, and the earth will move. Men will quake in fear, while terror walks with them. The heralds of doom will appear. And the heralds of doom are like the angels, dude, like coming to end that shit, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like you have like the whole three-eye atlas, which looks like a craft. It's just crazy shit, man. And and think about Mother Shipton, when she's talking about, the dragon's tail cracking and then the silver serpent that comes and spits men out and all of this. Um, they will come softly as thieves to the tombs. Men will know them, men will not know them for what they are. Men will be deceived. The hour of the destroyer is at hand. So it's saying we won't have an idea, right? We'll think they're fucking here to save us, or we'll misinterpret whatever it is, whether we think it's a comet and it's really a craft or whatever. We won't know what it is when it pops up. In those days, men will have the great book before them, which is the Bible, and wisdom will be revealed. The great book before them, wisdom will be revealed, the few will be gathered for the stand. It is the hour of trial. The dauntless ones will survive. The stout hearted will not go down to destruction. Great God of all ages, alike to all who sets the trials of men, be merciful to our children in the days of doom. Man must suffer to be great, but hasten not his progress unduly. In the great winnowing, be not too harsh on the lesser ones among men, for even the son of a thief has become your scribe. O sentinels of the universe who watch the destroyer, how long will your coming vigil last? O mortal men who wait without understanding, where will you hide yourselves in the dread days of doom, when the heavens shall be torn apart and the skies rent in twain, and the days when children will turn gray headed? This is the thing which will be seen. This is the terror your eyes will behold. This is the form of destruction that will rush upon you. There will be a great body of fire, the glowing head with many mouths and eyes ever changing. Terrible teeth will be seen in formless mouths, and a fearful dark belly will glow redly from fires inside. Even the most stout hearted men will tremble and his bowels be loosened, for this is not a thing understandable to man. It will be a vast sky spanning form enwrapping earth, burning with many hues within wide open mouths. These will descend to sweep across the faces of the land, engulfing all in the yawning jaw. As the greatest warriors will charge against it in vain, the fangs will fall out, and lo, they are terror inspiring things of cold, hardened water. Great boulders will be hurled down upon men, crushing them into red powder. As the great salt waters rise up in its train and roaring torrents pour towards the land, even the heroes among mortal men will be overcome with madness. As moths will fly swiftly to their doom in the burning flame, so will these men rush to their own destruction. The flames going before will devour the works of men, the waters following will sweep away whatever remains. The dew of death will fall softly as gray carpet over the cleared land. Men will cry out in their madness, "Oh, whatever being there is, save us from this tall form of terror. Save us from this gray dew of death." Doom shape called the destroyer in Egypt was seen in all the lands. Whereabouts its color was bright and fiery, in appearance changing and unstable. It twisted about itself like a coil, like water bubbling into a pool from an underground supply. And all men agree it was the most fearsome sight. It was not a great comet or a lucent star, being more like a fiery body of flame. And see, and that's kind of what, makes me a little suspect with the Three Eye Atlas, because they're saying it wasn't a great comet, so maybe we think it is a comet, is what I'm saying. Its movements on high were slow. Below it swirled in the manner of smoke and remained close to the sun, whose face it hid. Say what? And right now, it's just sitting behind the sun, dudes. There was a bloody redness about it. And I told you that, when they had like full spec, it looked green, but then once it got here, it's red. So, I'm just saying, and think about why the government's deciding to pull the trigger on food stamps and all this shit now. It's like, do they know something? You know? I mean, I'm not saying that this is what it is. I'm not saying that the destroyer is Comet 3i Atlas. I don't know what the fuck it is. I'm like you. I'm sitting down here with the same perspective as you. I'm not claiming to know. I'm just saying, there's something about this object. There's something about what's going on right now that's not normal. And I think anybody with a brain between their ears can see that much. Its movements on high were slow. Below it swirled in the manner of smoke and remained close to the sun, whose face it hid. There was a bloody redness about it, which changed as it passed along its course. See, it's changed in color. See what I'm saying? It caused death and destruction in its rising and setting, and it swept the earth with gray cinder rain and caused many plagues, hunger, and other evils. It bit the skin of men and beasts until they became mottled with sores. The earth was troubled and shook, the hills and mountains moved and rocked. The dark smoke filled heavens, bowed over earth, and a great howl came to the ears of men, borne to them upon the wings of the wind. It was the cry of the dark Lord, the master of dread. Thick clouds of fiery smoke passed before him, and there was an awful hail of stones and coals of fire. The doom shape thundered sharply in the heavens and shot out bright lightnings. The channels of water were turned back unto themselves when the land tilted, and great trees were tossed about and snapped like twigs. Then a voice like 10,000 trumpets was heard over the wilderness, and before its burning breath the flames parted. The whole of the land moved and mountains melted. The sky itself roared like 10,000 lions in agony, and bright arrows of blood sped back and forth across its face. Earth swelled up like bread upon the hearth. This was the aspect of the doom shape called the destroyer when it appeared in days long gone by, in olden times. It is thus described in the old records, few of which remain, and it is said, when it appears in the heavens above, earth splits open from the heat, like a nut roasted before the fire. Then flames shoot up through the surface and leap about like fiery fiends upon black blood. The moisture inside the land is all dried up. Its pastures and cultivated places are consumed in flames, and they and all trees become white ashes. The doom shape is like a circling ball of flame which scatters in fiery offspring in its train. He covers about a fifth part of the sky and sends writhing snake like fingers down to the earth. Before it, the sky appears frightened, and it breaks up and scatters away. Midday is no brighter than the night. It spawns a host of terrible things. These are the things said to the destroyer in the old records. Read them with a solemn heart, knowing that the doom shape has its appointed time and will return. It would be foolish to let them go unheeded. Now men say, such things are not destined for our days. May the great God above grant that this be so. But come, the day surely will, and in accordance with his nature, man will be unprepared. Now I'm gonna look at some of the dark days here too, and then we're gonna get into some other stuff before I wrap it up. The dark days. The dark days began with the last visitation of the destroyer, and they were foretold by strange omens in the skies. All men were silent and went about with pale faces. The leaders of the slaves which had built the city to the glory of Thumb stirred up an unrest, and no man raised his arm against them. They foretold great events of which people were ignorant, and of which the temple seers were not informed. These were days of ominous calm when the people waited, for they knew not what. And I want you to understand too, and this is something I have found over and over and over and over again. In these ancient prophecies, because there's nothing new under the sun, because things cycle, the stories repeat. So, whatever the stories are, you can damn near guarantee a version of it. You know, a modern version will play out today. The presence of an unseen doom was felt. The hearts of men were stricken. Laughter was heard no more, and grief and wailing sounded throughout the land. Even the voices of children were stilled, and they did not play together, but stood silent. The slaves became bold and insolent, and women were the possession of any man. Fear walked the land, and women became barren with terror. They could not conceive, and those with child aborted. All men closed up within themselves. The days of stillness were followed by a time when the noise of trumpeting and shrilling was heard in the heavens, and the people became as frightened beasts without a herdsman, as asses with minds proud without their foal. The people spoke of the God of the slaves, and reckless men said, if we knew where this God were to be found, we would sacrifice to him. But the God of the slaves was not among them. He was not to be found within the swamplands or in the brick pits. His manifestation was in the heavens for all men to see. But they did not see with understanding, nor would any God listen, for all were dumb because of the hypocrisy of men. The dead were no longer sacred and were thrown into the waters. Those already entombed were neglected, and many became exposed. They lay unprotected against the hands of thieves. He who once toiled long in the sun, bearing the yoke himself, now possessed oxen. He who grew no grain now owned a storehouse full. He who once dwelt at ease among his children now thirsted for water. He who once sat in the sun with crumbs and dregs was now bloated with food. He reclined in the shade, his bowels overflowing. Cattle were left unattended to roam into strange pastures, and men ignored their marks and slew the beast of their neighbors. No man owned anything. The public records were cast forth and destroyed, and no man knew who were slaves and who were masters. The people cried out to the Pharaoh in their distress, but he stopped his ears and acted like a deaf man. There were those who spoke falsely before Pharaoh. and had gods hostile towards the land. Therefore, the people cried out for their blood to appease it. But it was not these strange priests who put strife in the land instead of peace, for one was even the household of Pharaoh and walked among the people unhampered. Now, think about this, the strange priest who walked among the household of Pharaoh, that's Moses, right? And he walked around the people unhampered, right? That's Moses. Dust and smoke clouds darkened the sky and colored the waters upon which they fell with a bloody hue. Plague was throughout the land. The river was bloody, and blood was everywhere. The water was vile, and men's stomachs shrank from drinking. Those who did drink from the river vomited it up, for it was polluted. The dust tore wounds in the skin of man and beast. In the glow of the destroyer, the earth was filled with redness. Vermin bred and filled the air and face of the earth with loathsomeness. Wild beasts afflicted with torment under the lashing sand and ashes came out of their lairs in the wastelands and cave places and stalked the abodes of men. All the tame beasts whimpered, and the land was filled with the cries of sheep and the moans of cattle. Trees throughout the land were destroyed, and no herb or fruit was to be found. The face of the land was battered and devastated by a hail of stones which smashed down all that stood in the path of the torrent. They swept down in hot showers, and strange flowing fires ran along the grounds in their wake. The fish of the river died in the polluted waters. Worms, insects, and reptiles sprang up from the earth in huge numbers. Great gusts of wind brought swarms of locusts which covered the sky, and the destroyer flung itself through the heavens. It blew great gusts of cinders across the face of the land. The gloom of a long night spread a dark mantle of blackness which extinguished every ray of light. None knew when it was day and when it was night, for the sun cast no shadow. The darkness was not the clean blackness of night, but a thick darkness in which the breath of men was stopped in their throats. Men gasped in a hot cloud of vapor which enveloped all the land and snuffed out all lamps and fires. Men were benumbed and lay moaning in their beds. None spoke to another or took food, for they were overwhelmed with despair. Ships were sucked away from their moorings and destroyed in great whirlpools. It was a time of undoing. The earth turned over as clay spun in a potter's wheel. The whole land was filled with an uproar from the thunder of the destroyer overhead and the cry of the people. There is the sound of moaning and lamentation on every side. The earth spewed up its dead corpses, were cast up at their resting places, and the embalmed were revealed to the sight of all men. Pregnant women miscarried, and the seed of men was stopped. The craftsman left his task undone. The potter abandoned his wheel, and the carpenter his tools, and they departed to dwell in the marshes. All crafts were neglected, and the slaves lured the craftsmen away. The dues of Pharaoh could not be collected, for there was neither wheat nor barley, goose nor fish. The rights of Pharaoh could not be enforced, for the fields of grain and the pastures were destroyed. The highborn and the lowly prayed together that life might come to an end, and the turmoil and thundering ceased to beat upon their ears. Terror was the companion of men by day, and horror their companion by night. Men lost their senses and became mad. They were distracted by frightfulness. On the great night of the destroyer's wrath, when its terror was at its height, there was a hail of rocks, and the earth heaved as pain rent her bowels. Gates, columns, and walls were consumed by fires, and the statues of gods were overthrown and broken. People fled outside their dwellings in fear and were slain by the hail. Those who took shelter from the hail were swallowed when the earth split open. Ooh, that's so crazy. The habitation of men collapsed upon these inside, and there was panic on every hand. But the slaves who lived in huts and in reed lands at the place of pits were spared. The land burnt like tinder, and a man watched upon his rooftops, and the heavens hurled wrath upon him, and he died. The land writhed under the wrath of the destroyer and groaned with the agony of Egypt. It shook itself, and the temples and palaces of the nobles were thrown down into their foundations, or from their foundations. The highborn ones perished in the midst of the ruins, and the strength of the land was stricken. Even the great one, the firstborn of Pharaoh, died with the highborn in the midst of the terror and falling stones. Right? Remember the firstborn and all of this, the reptile. These are the plagues from the Bible, right here, caused by the destroyer. The children of princes were cast out into the streets, and those who were not cast out died within their abodes. There were 9 days of darkness and upheaval, while a tempest raged, such as never had been known before. When it passed away, brother buried brother throughout the land. Men rose up against those in authority and fled from the cities to dwell in tents in the outlands. Egypt lacked great men to deal with the times. The people, weak from fear, and bestowed gold, silver, lapis lazuli, turquoise, and copper upon the slaves. And to their priests they gave chalices, urns, and ornaments. Pharaoh alone remained calm and strong in the midst of confusion. The people turned to wickedness in their weakness and despair. Harlots walked through the streets unashamed. Women paraded their limbs and flaunted their womanly charms. Highborn women were in rags, and the virtuous were mocked. The slaves were spared by the destroyer, left the accursed land forthwith. Their multitude moved in the gloom of a half dawn under a mantle of fine swirling gray ash, leaving the burnt fields and shattered cities behind them. Many Egyptians attached themselves to the host, for one who was great led them forth, a priest, prince of the inner courtyard. It's Moses, right? It's talking about them leaving Egypt. And this is really why, right? And they're talking about how Pharaoh remained calm. And think about the Bible. It says how God hardened Pharaoh's heart, right? He no matter what was happening, he was still chill, you know, because God hardened his heart. Fire mounted up upon high, and burning left with the enemies of Egypt, and it rose up from the ground as a fountain, and hung as a curtain in the sky. In 7 days, by Renoir the accursed ones journeyed to the waters. They crossed the heaving wilderness while the hills melted around them. Above, the skies were torn with lightning. They were sped by terror. It's crazy. But their feet became entangled in the land, and the wilderness shut them in. They knew not the way, for no sign was constant before them. That makes a hell of a lot more sense of why they spent 40 years in the desert now, doesn't it? They had no fucking idea where they were going because it was dark all the time. things were burning and crazy and chaos, and the wilderness is what kept them alive. That's why they spent 40 years. That makes so much more sense when you think about it. When you add this on top of the Bible, it's like it really does put things into perspective. It says they turned before Noshari and stopped at Shokal, the place of quarries. They passed the waters of Maha and came by the valley of Pikorah, northward of Mara. They came up against the waters which blocked their way, and their hearts were in despair. Now, this is the parting of the Red Seas. The night was a night of fear and dread, for there was a high moaning above, and black winds from the underworld were loosened, and fire sprang up from the ground. The hearts of the slaves shrank within them, for they knew the wrath of Pharaoh followed them, and that there was no way of escape. They hurled abuse on those who led them. Strange rites were performed along the shore that night. The slaves disputed among themselves, and there was violence. And think about it. The strange rites, was it Moses putting his staff in the water or something? Pharaoh had gathered his army and followed the slaves. After he departed, there were riots and disorders behind him, for the cities were plundered. The laws were cast out of the judgment halls and trampled underfoot in the streets. The storehouses and granaries were burst open and robbed. Roads were flooded and none could pass along them, and the people lay dead on every side. The palace was split, and the princes and officials fled, so that none was left with authority to command. The list of numbers were destroyed, public places overthrown, and households became confused and unknown. Pharaoh pressed on in sorrow, for behind him all was desolation and death. Before him were things he could not understand, and he was afraid. But he carried himself well and stood before his host with courage. He sought to bring back the slaves, for the people said their magic was greater than the magic of Egypt. And dude, this kind of makes me wonder too if Pharaoh was even human. Because remember, like the king's list and the gods and shit like that, pharaohs included, you know, were fallen angels and Nephilim and shit in most cases. So when he's bringing back the slaves, it's like bringing back, like God came in the form of the destroyer, started busting ass, and the slaves, which would have been humans, because we were created as a slave race to the gods, were the ones who were spared, right? And Pharaoh wasn't afraid because he wasn't human, you know? And he's like, I don't care what your God says, right? Because he thought he was a god. He was a Pharaoh. And he was a god, a little g god. He just wasn't the God, the one true living God, you know, which was the God of us, you know. And Moses and the people left, and he went to bring them back. And this is where he gets destroyed by our God. It makes a lot more sense. I'm just telling you. The host of Pharaoh came upon the slaves, and see, and the host, heavenly host, all of this. So it's just the language that makes me think they weren't human. Upon the slaves by the saltwater shores, but was held back from them by a breath of fire. A great cloud was spread over the hosts, see, and darkened the sky. None could see except the fiery glow and the unceasing lightnings which rent the covering cloud overhead. A whirlwind arose in the east and swept over the encamped hosts. See, they keep calling them hosts. A gale raged all night, and in the red twilight dawn there was a movement of the earth. The waters receded from the seashore and were pulled back on themselves. There was a strange silence, and men in the gloom it was seen that the waters had parted, leaving a passage between the land had risen, but it was disturbed and trembled. The way was not straight or clear. The waters about were as if spun within a bowl. The swampland alone remained undisturbed. From the born of the destroyer came a high, shrilling noise, which stopped the ears of men. And this is the parting of the Red Seas. It's literally like God was like opening ways for humans to get away from these deities, dude, and destroying them and setting us free. That's why, like, let my people go. It makes so much more sense, dude, in this context than when you see, like, you know, the other context that you're given, like in those bullshit Christian movies and stuff. Like that makes no sense. But let my people go, and the Egyptians are just people too. It's like, but the slaves outnumbered them and everything. It's like it makes no sense. They would have just rose up and destroyed them. But if they were in fact heavenly host or gods, and that's why it was like a battle of magic and stuff like that, it makes a hell of a lot more sense. And then Yahweh, Jehovah, Hashem, right? Jesus, the real God, comes to town and says, nah, bro, you're letting them go. The humans, and he destroys all them, imprisons all them, imparts waters and everything, like just to make it makes so much more sense, is all I'm saying. The slaves had been making sacrifices in despair. Their lamentations were loud. Now, before the strange sight, there was a hesitation and doubt. For the space of breath, they stood still and silent. There was confusion and shouting, some pressing forward into waters against all who sought to flee back from the unstable ground. Then, in exultation, their leader led them in the midst of the waters through the confusion. Yet many sought to turn back into the host behind to into the host behind them. See, they keep calling him a host. That's a heavenly host. That's an angel, right? These were fallen angels. I'm telling you, that had them enslaved. Pharaoh was a fallen angel, for sure. Um, and while the others fled along the empty shores, all became still over the sea and upon the shore. But behind, the earth shook and boulders split, and with the great noise, the wrath of heaven was removed to a distance and stood upon upwards of the two hosts. Still, the host of Pharaoh held its ranks, firm and resolved before the strange and awful happenings, and undaunted by the fury which raged by their side. Stern faces were lit darkly by the fiery curtain. Then the fury departed, and there was silence. Stillness spread over the land, while the host of Pharaoh stood without movement in the red glow. Then, with a shout, the captains went forward, and the host rose up behind them. The curtain of fire had rolled up into a dark, billowing cloud which spread out as a canopy. There was a stirring of the waters, but they followed the evildoers past the place of the great whirlpool. The passage was confused in the midst of the waters, and the ground beneath unstable. Here, in the midst of the tumult of waters, Pharaoh fought against the hindmost of the slaves and prevailed over them. And then there was a great slaughter amid the possessions, and were scattered behind them as they fled, so that they was easier for them and those who followed. See, so Pharaoh starts killing a bunch of the slaves at the end. How can one guy massacre, a whole bunch of people unless he's like a deity, right? Or a giant. And then the stillness was broken. And remember, all these biblical times, King David slaying Goliath, this was that time, y'all. Then the stillness was broken by a mighty roar, and through the rolling pillars of clouds and the wreath of the destroyer descended upon the host. The heavens roared as with 1,000 thunders. The bowels of the earth were sundered, and the earth shrieked its agony. The cliffs were torn away and cast down. The dry ground fell beneath the waters, and great waves broke upon the shore, sweeping in rocks from seaward. The great surge of rocks and waters overwhelmed the chariots of the Egyptians. And see, chariots of the gods, right? The chariots of the Egyptians. Were these spaceships? What were they? Probably not fucking what we think they are. Just saying. who went before the footmen. The chariot of the Pharaoh was hurled into the air as if by a mighty hand and was crushed in the midst of the rolling waters. Tidings of the disaster came back by Raga, son of Tomat, who was hastened on ahead of the terrified survivors because of his burning. He brought reports unto the people that the host had been destroyed by blast and deluge. The captains had gone, the strong men had fallen. See, the strong men had fallen. And then think about the translations. Mighty men, men of renown, heroes of old. That is Nephilim. And the strong men had fallen. Just saying. Cowards slumped from their lairs and came forth boldly to assume the high offices of the dead. Sure they did. Comely and noble women, their protectors gone, were their prey. Of the slaves, the greater number had perished before the host of Pharaoh. The broken land lay helpless, and invaders came out of the gloom like carrion. A strange people came up against Egypt, and none stood to fight, for strength and courages were gone. The invaders, led by Alkanon, hmm, hmm, came, there it is, came up out of the land of gods. And that's probably Akhenaten. Because of the wrath of heaven which had laid their land waste. There too had been a plague of reptiles and ants. Notice it's reptiles and ants, right? Like the ant people of the Hopi, like the mantis beings, right? Like the grays, and then the reptiles, right? Like the reptilians. And I find it crazy that nobody's ever like really kind of put this forth from reading this, you know, but it just makes sense all of a sudden. Um, where am I at? Okay, yeah. The invaders, led by Akhenaten, came up out of the land of gods, came up out of the land of God. So I wonder if it's like them coming out of the bottomless pit, like what I was talking about earlier, because of the wrath of heaven, which had laid their land waste. There too had been a plague of reptiles and ants, signs and omens, and an earthquake. There also had been turmoil and disaster, disorder and famine, with the gray breath of the destroyer sweeping the ground and stopping the breath of men. Antora gathered together the remnants of his fighting men and the fighting men who were left in Egypt and set forth to meet the children of darkness who came out of the eastern mountains. So the children of darkness, they were demons, who came out of the eastern mountains by way of the wilderness and by way of Yithnobus. They fell upon the stricken land from behind the gray cloud, before the lifting the darkness, and before the coming of the purifying winds. Raghav went with Pharaoh and met the invaders at Haroshur, but the hearts of the Egyptians were faint within them. Their spirits were no longer strong, and they fell away before the battle was lost, deserted by the gods above and below, their dwellings destroyed, their households scattered. They were as men already half dead. Mm. See, they were as men, saying so they weren't men. They were as men already half dead. This is like the end of like the Nephilim and all this shit getting their asses kicked, it seems like. Pharaoh did not return to his city. He lost his heritage and was seized by a demon for many days. His women were polluted and his estates plundered. The children of darkness defiled the temples with rams and ravished women who were crazed and did not resist. And the ram thing, right, is Marduk, right? Marduk is the ram. So that's very interesting too. Pharaoh abandoned his hopes and fled into the wilderness beyond the province of the lake, which is in the west towards the south. He lived a goodly life among the sand wanderers and wrote books. Good times came again, even under the invaders, and ships sailed upstream. The air was purified, the breath of the destroyer passed away, and the land became filled again with growing things, life renewed throughout the whole land. Kara taught these things to the children of light in the days of darkness after building the Rambudeth before the death of the Pharaoh Ankhed. Ankt or Ankhed. This is the written in the land and in our tongues by Liwadar, who himself chose it for saving. It was not seen until the latter days. Interesting. Interesting. I am going to stop it right here for tonight. Stop this one right here. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. But I've still got so much stuff I gotta cover, and I've been doing it for like 4 hours. So I want to thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed tonight's video, please like, share, comment, subscribe. Follow me Instagram, Facebook, Best Damn Podcast, Twitter, The Real Best Damn. Make sure to share this on your social media. Leave a comment. Let me know what you think. And if you'd like to donate support to the channel, PayPal.me, the Best Damn Podcast, Cash App, Best Damn Podcast, and Patreon.com, Best Damn Podcast Official, or Facebook Messenger Pay. It's Facebook.com, John King, Best Damn Podcast. All the links are in the description. I love you guys, and I'll see you next time. Peace. Remember, Jesus is the truth, the way, and the life. God bless you all.